Public Instruction, and I'm going to call the State Board of Education meeting today on May 7th, 2015 to order. If we could have the roll call, please.
Mr. Albert.
Present.
Mr. Elsner.
Present.
Dr. Freitas.
Present.
Mr. Henry.
Yes.
Ms. Neal.
Present.
Mrs. O'Brien.
Present.
Dr. Oliver. Mr. Walker. Mr. Watts.
Present.
Baker.
Here.
Here. If you would all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item is the approval of the agenda. David, I think you asked to have legislative update added to discussion.
Yes, sir.
That will be so added. I'd also like to change the title of one of the action items. Action item E should actually read initiate rulemaking. That's exactly what we're going to be doing today. Initiate rulemaking of standards and benchmarks for teacher preparation programs.
Superintendent,
Yes.
I'd like to also request that we table the item I had placed on discussion, item B, subsection B, the resolution regarding the 15-16 assessment, components 7 and 11. I think there's some budget issues that we need to have answers to before we can have a beneficial conversation on that today. So I would like to table that until our June meeting.
All right.
Madam Superintendent, I'd like to move item 10CA, Standard for Success, from the Strategic Planning Committee update to item 9, which is Best Practices, Innovations in Education. They are prepared to make a presentation this morning and feel that it's better under that particular category.
So it's not an item about strategic planning?
No, it's a best practice innovations in education topic.
Any objection to that? Any other changes? So we're moving standard for success up to underneath best practices. Seeing no other recommendations for changes in the agenda, all those in favor of approving the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The agenda is approved. I believe you received an updated copy of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The minutes are approved. Statement of the chair. I do want to announce that we did release the preliminary iRead spring results of 84.2% of the students achieving the iRead 3. We will do the final results, obviously, after the summer work is done with the children, and so we'll be reporting again a little bit later. We also awarded 281 four-star schools. Very excited about that, to have that many schools in the top 25%. And then I do want to give a shout out again for Kathy Nimmer. She was one of the 4 finalists nationally for Teacher of the Year, and she represented Indiana very well. And then I want to also let everybody know that you're invited to attend any of the 23 e-learning conferences we're going to have statewide. It's a record, and we have a lot of technology integration going on, and so we now have 23 e-learning conferences. And I think you can find a list of all of those on the website at the Department of Education, and I welcome you to attend. Any board member comments or reports?
I would like to make a comment.
Sure.
This is Carrie.
Hi, Carrie.
Well, so I apologize that I'm not there, and I appreciate the ability to call in. And wanted to start out with a thanks to all the teachers. It's Teacher Appreciation Week, and I've had some phenomenal teachers in my lifetime who've inspired me, and I work with some great teachers, and if I can do a fraction of what they've done, I've served and done well, because there are some great teachers out there. But I also wanted to just follow up with, I sent the board some concerns I had about ISTEP testing. I know that we had talked about our stress tests earlier in the year, and ours did not go well, and even back in the March meeting, I think I used the word fiasco, which I still would think applies. And we applied for paper pencil, and we were denied. The second stress test didn't go well. Fortunately, our corporation appealed, and so part of our building and part of several other buildings in our district were permitted to use paper pencils for part of the students. And so then about a week before the test, we were asked to do another stress test, and we were given, less than a day's notice, but hurry and get little tickets printed and get everybody online so that they can try it. And again, did not go well, turned in the form before noon that day, hoping to get paper pencil for the rest of the students in our building, and along with, again, six in our district, 6 buildings, and did not find out until Friday of that afternoon that we were going to be permitted to use paper pencil for our entire building and for the other buildings in our district. And so, and I'm saying this because although there's only 1%, I guess, of people having problems, I guess I want them to know, number one, they're not alone out there. There are others of us having problems, because I find it ironic otherwise that we're in such a small percent. But when the materials arrived, they arrived last Friday, the window in the meantime is open and the clock is ticking. And so by the time those are sorted from our central office and then distributed to us, and then those students have to take a practice test, the debate is, do we want the climate of the building to be for the test? Do we want the culture to be set up that, these are the testing days? And so holding off on the students the half of the building who could have taken paper pencil ahead of time, but then looking at the fact that now we have 2 due dates. We have a due date for the students who were given paper pencil permission for that earlier, and then a due date for the paper pencil for the students who just received the test, and not sure if and when the board voted to extend the window for the students who received the paper pencil test, but I guess appealing to my colleagues on the board and for their understanding and compassion that, when a building has 2 different tests spent 2 different times, trying to adjust calendars, trying to get it all in, again, trying to make sure the climate of the building is appropriate for the importance of the test, that they consider that the window could be the same for everyone. No one in the building is playing politics or games needing the window to be open, so we've got kids who have been absent and can make up tests. And for students who, we've got a young man who's in the hospital and he's not going to be here. And so getting it done by Friday is impossible for him. I just, I know that there are some problems statewide. Again, I hear less than 1%. I don't know what statewide means, but, I have heard different things regarding the potential dates. We've been getting some different messages, and I just would like to publicly understand, what are the due dates? Is the board willing to be compassionate and give everybody the same date so that schools can do this in a reasonable amount of time, but at the same time do it well? And with all of the confusion, I want to put it out there and let the other schools and buildings know they're not alone. This happens, and it makes it tough. Although I think that the test is done looks good. The kids are doing a good job, but that's my board comment. I want people to understand what it's really like here in the trenches.
So Carrie, I know Michelle Walker, Director of Assessment, has been in contact with you and with your school corporation. Are you wanting her to address any issues now? Do you have
Well, I'm going to
questions
be off
for
and
her?
on in between tests, and so I'm going to do my best to jump in and out. I also, I know that she's scheduled for later in the day under assessments, and she's got a presentation, and so I'm saying it now during board member comment, because if I'm not back in time, I'll watch, I'll read the minutes and check in, but I would like it to be part of the conversation that everybody has when it comes up.
You betcha. Are you asking the board to do something with testing windows? I was unclear.
Well, my understanding is that the schools that were given the test paper pencil, that were told that they could use it prior to the window opening, that the due date, that the window closes May 8th, which is tomorrow. The people who were granted paper pencil later, after the final stress test, their window is extended an additional week. And so I'm asking that the window be the same for both groups, because we have lots of schools that are mixed. They were given partial paper pencil early and then sent additional paper pencil tests with the later window, and that makes it hard for a building then to have everybody testing at the same time and everybody to be making up tests when students have been ill. And so I guess I'd like the board to consider a single date for everybody and granting those schools that have combination paper pencil the same date, so that they can make adjustments and get made up tests in.
Okay, so when we talk with Michelle, then we'll bring that up.
That would be great. I would appreciate it very much.
All right, you are welcome. Any other board member comments or reports?
Yeah, thank you. Legislative session's over. A couple of things I wanted to bring up. First of all, and I don't know that's been accurately reported all the time, I do appreciate the legislature's effort to clarify governance of K-12 education in Indiana. It's not complete. There was some progress made. I think it's important to point out that the legislature makes laws, delegates some authority to this board to make policy, and it's the department's responsibility with fidelity to implement the policy, not to make policy or to skirt policy. So they've done some work clarifying that. And I hope that'll not only be good for us as we work for the coming months, but even in the coming years as things change. So sometimes I think there's been a little confusion about the role of the parties involved.
Carrie Wicker
has
left the conference.
By Carrie. So that will hopefully give us some clarity on that issue. And I appreciate the legislative efforts in addition to extra funding they gave K-12 school. I would point out on the IRE3 numbers, I believe they went down a little bit. And I know we'll work this summer on that. And it may not be significant, but I think we really should try to be, as we have in the past, have continuous improvement there, consistent with our strategic plan. Children who don't read by grade 3 are in for some very difficult times, and we were going to make that a real focus, and I'm afraid, I want the board and our policy making encouragement to not lose sight of that, because it's such a critical strategic point in a child's academic life. So those are my comments. Thanks for letting me have the floor for a moment.
Any other board comments? Brad?
Just real quickly, I wanted to share that yesterday I had an opportunity with Ashley Calger to attend the invitation of INTAS, a meeting of celebration of their districts that have been working on their teacher evaluation plans, and the board has been engaged in a survey and the strategic planning committee. But I will make sure that we get the notes out if Ashley doesn't mind sharing. I took notes as well. But the thing that I think that was excellent is not only was there autonomy around well-researched models, but we're seeing academic improvement, and it was amazing to hear those stories and be able to be there and celebrate. So thank you, Dr. Murphy and Dr. Cole, for that invitation.
Seeing none, we have one general public comment. Aaron Tuttle. I think 3 minutes.
Okay. Today, I'd just like to bring to the board's attention the objections that some parents are having to the adoption of the next generation science standards, even a modified form of them, while the NGSS were developed in 2012 by Achieve and with the input of 26 states. To date, only 14 states have yet to adopt them, and for good reason. The Fordham Institute, who wholeheartedly supports the idea of national standards, performed the only existing comparison of the NGSS to other states and assigned them the letter grade of C. On the other hand, our former science standards were awarded a grade of A-. Yet, it seems sort of beyond logic to expect that these next generation science standards, either in its entirety or even modified, could serve to improve upon our existing standards. If it's Indiana's intent to search for ways to improve our existing standards, why include subpar standards? Adding cold water to a hot cup of coffee doesn't make the temperature rise. The Fordham report found the science standards to be below the expectations of both NAEP and TIMSS, and are thus not internationally benchmarked, which, by the way, is a requirement of Indiana law and essential if Indiana students seek to compete in a global 21st century economy. So good standards lay out what students should know and do, yet the Fordham report describes the NGSS as, and I quote, vague, poorly worded, and lacks specific guidance about what precisely students should know and be able to do. And because of that, these standards cannot succeed in setting a floor or a destination for curriculum, instruction, assessment, and accountability, end quote. Among the many criticisms is the lack of knowledge or basic scientific facts in the standards. The report concludes that the scientific practices or processes that you hear about, and the ones that are included are, I quote, forced, ill-conceived, and detract from the essential content needed in order for a student to actually engage in the practice of scientific inquiry, end quote. In this vein, the report quotes education pioneer, cognitive scientist Daniel Willingham, stating, if you mistake advocacy for a knowledge-based curriculum as wistful nostalgia for a better time or as old-fashioned, you just don't get it. Surprising though it may seem, you can't just Google everything. You actually have to have knowledge in your head in order to do the work required in the real world. So, does the Indiana Department of Ed seek to utilize these standards because maybe the old Indiana science standards didn't cover these scientific processes and we need to add that? And in fact, no. The Fordham Review found that the Indiana standards coverage of these processes were, and it's a quote, nicely integrated into the content matter and is presented at reasonable length and depth and is never used as a hand-waving mechanism to hide the absence or paucity of content. Time? Okay. Well, and just in conclusion, I would like to say that, we've kind of been down this road before, and what I'd like to give to you today are both of the Science Standards Review and also a review that we had done by Stephen Wilson, who is a professor of mathematics at Johns Hopkins and a reviewer for Fordham of the math standards. And we commissioned him, Hoosiers Against Common Core, and other constituent groups, and what he found is that our new standards are actually rated not lower than just our old standards, but actually less than Common Core in content and in rigor. And I'm happy to provide that report to you if anybody would like to see it. So I guess it's just kind of deja vu a little bit. And before we get too far down the road, I'd like maybe some flags thrown down so we can stop that before we wind up where we were with Common Core. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm over.
Thank you. We have several items on the consent agenda. The first one is the attrition and persistent rate report. Do I have a motion to approve the, well, actually, we have several items. I'm just going to list them, and we can approve them all at the same time if we don't have any objections to that. So we have attrition and persistent rate report. We have the state-approved industry certifications list, approval of September and February ADM count, the common school construction technology loans, and the special education child count, all of which you've received. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The consent agenda is approved. We have several items here under new business, and I just noticed, and pardon me for not saying this earlier, if nobody has any objection, there are 3 items on here of which my staff can go back and do some things before we talk about A to F, and that would be letters C, D, and E. If perhaps we could take those after the TSO lead partner and then do final adoption of A to F rule. Hearing no objections, we'll just move that order a little bit. So TSO and lead partner funding process, I believe that you received an entire memo regarding that. Do we need to have board staff come and do any more questions for you or any information? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adopt the TSO and funding partner funding process as presented?
Superintendent, does that include the resolution that specifies the funding for the transformation zone?
Yeah, it would include the whole thing.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, everything that that has been presented. So if you would like, I could say, is there a motion to approve the recommended process for allocating the SIG 1003 funds for schools and intervention? Is that more clear, Sarah?
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Well, I guess I just made a motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Sure. Sure.
My questions are specific to the changes we've been talking through the last several months with regard to Madonna and that piece of it and the funding on that. I just want to ask, with regard to the changes there, how does what we're about to approve compare to what we had last year, given that we're expanding to a 1321 situation? I want to make sure I'm understanding that we've not.
What we did with a recommendation for Emma Donnan was to not, we recommended cuts in funding at each of the TSOs, with the exception of Emma Donnan, because we believed that they would need some kind of coordinator to align the curriculum, and that's where that fits in terms of support for that. We have no statutory authority to support the K-6 through board intervention because they're not a focus and priority school, the K-6. And so in order for alignment, we made a decision to recommend not cutting the Emma Donnan Little A grant.
The last question I have is just, and you're tracking with me, that's what my concern was, is with the discussion of them going to a 1321 type charter, would that, once that school is up and going, would it be eligible for the 30% side of the funds, which would be priority school, or no, or?
That would be a decision I think that the department would make with those 30% funds. And what would need to happen is that Dr. Farabee and Mr. Hage, or probably through Dr. Farabee, through IPS, would need to apply for those funds to the department, and then Teresa Brown and Charlie Geyer would lead that discussion for the department.
Thanks, Bob.
Yep.
Bob?
Bob, I understand there is about a 15% reduction in these figures, and in a prior year, 2 years ago, there was a 15% reduction. My question is, has any of our partners contacted you or our staff to raise concerns about these reductions?
No. I had discussion with every person on that list, every institution on that list, the Charter USA, Edison, IPS, Evansville, all of them we've had discussions about it, and there was no objection, and they felt that in the conversation with me that the support was adequate.
So the reductions have no impact on the expectations we have for each of these partners. They will fulfill the expectations that we have for each one of them, even with this 15% reduction?
That's the expectation, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Bob, I believe there's an error on one of the names of the schools on the reserve for potential 2015-16 interventions. We have Kays Elementary in Evansville, Westside Academy in Gary, and then it should say Washington Middle School in Evansville.
Okay,
there is
that's
not
my
There's
error.
not a second Gary school.
That's my error.
So I just want to make sure that you all are aware of that. That's a third school. Dan, did you have a comment or a question?
Dave pretty much covered it.
Oh,
The department been involved in this too? They had discussions with?
We had discussions with Teresa Brown.
So it sounds like we're on the same page, pretty much all parties.
I think so, yes.
Thank you for your efforts.
Any other questions, comments? Roll call, please.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Mr. Elsner?
Yay.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Hendry?
Yes.
Neal?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Mrs. Wicker? And Ritz?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is the CT approval of changes to state-approved course titles. You have a list of new titles. Jenny Berry is here in the audience if you wish to ask questions. Is there a motion to approve and adopt? To approve the changes to the Indiana state-approved course titles as recommended by the Department of Education. Thank you, Brad. And there's a second? Any discussion? Questions for Jenny? Roll call, please. Oh, so sorry. Yes.
Jenny, can I ask, when will the numbers be attached to those so that as we plan for next year, those can be?
Can you approach to answer the question? Thanks, Jenny.
So I was just informed, those numbers are already waiting to be added to these. So the new courses that you see here can start next year in 2015-16. The courses that are changing can start in the year after that, since they're already technically courses. They're just changing titles.
I have one other question. After today, can you to the public how we're going to get that information to the schools?
We will, I would imagine, get those course titles published on our website so we can go ahead and share that with our counselors through our school counselor coordinator at the DOE to share that with our counselors and get that
We'll go ahead
disseminated
and
to
do
all of
the
our schools.
listserv, and I can put it in the DOE dialogue on Monday, too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jenny, will you note that and have a message written for Monday? Yes, Andrea.
Could you just review the process again that leads to the adoption of new course titles?
Absolutely. So what we do, we form a review panel or a standards review panel and or a pathway review panel for some of our CTE courses, and that pathway panel then decides what those sequence of courses should look like and how they are developed and what they should cover in terms of curriculum.
And is there, once the course title has been added to the list of options, do we have the data that shows all of the different electives and how many schools offer them and how many students are enrolled in them?
We do have that data. That's data that we keep and we look at as we, determine what courses do have, higher enrollments over others.
Do we know course titles that, for example, aren't being used at all? Would you be able to produce a list of courses that aren't being offered, and do we know why some maybe aren't being offered?
Peggy might be better at answering this one, but I think for whatever reason, it might just be enrollment with some of our electives.
I guess one of my concerns is if there's a trend away from electives, and is that something that you're seeing or you could comment on?
Not that I know of. I haven't seen a trend away from it. If anything, I've seen, kind of a balance between students being able to take their academic work and also pursue whatever elective it is that they're interested in.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Mr. Elsner?
Yay.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Hendry?
Yes.
Ms. Neal?
No.
Brian?
Yes.
item is the approval of the Hanover University Teacher Preparation Program proposal. Scott Bogan is here in the audience to answer any questions. I believe that you received the information, and they are wanting to have, they have a proposal for exceptional needs, mild intervention, dual program for elementary and secondary. There's a motion before us to approve the teacher preparation program proposed by Hanover University.
Move approval.
Second.
Any discussion or questions for Scott? Seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Mr. Elsner?
Yay.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Hendry?
Yes.
Ms. Neal?
Yes?
Bryant?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Superintendent Ritz?
Yes. And Jenny, just so you know, I don't think you have any more obligations on the thing, so you're free to go if you need to. The next item is initiate rulemaking of standards and benchmarks for teacher preparation programs. Scott and Ashley, I believe you may both want to address the group regarding this. Why don't we go ahead and do that first, and then we'll make a motion.
Good morning, Superintendent, members of the board. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. We've been working together together as a team, and also working with representatives from the Commission of Higher Education and also the Independent Colleges of Indiana to work on developing standards, which we shared with you at a previous meeting. We've collected comments from various stakeholders about the standards. The department is required to have draft standards prepared by July 1st, which we've done. So now we're ready to move forward by asking the board to begin the rulemaking process based on these standards. We're not actually asking for approval of the standards, but actually the rulemaking process. So.
Thanks for your hard work on this. I know it changes and flows almost daily.
Right.
I have three questions to start, and then maybe a follow-up question or two. Congress is considering a teacher preparation law that looks like it's going to pass before their session ends. What's the alignment between these proposed rules and what could potentially be passed by Congress?
They're very similar. The congressional rules and the new Title II proposals actually extend far beyond what we're looking at right here in 1388, which led to the development of these standards. So there's a lot of correlation between the two. I'm not exactly for sure, 75% or 8% or 100%, but definitely there's a close correlation between what we have here and what the Congress is going to be expecting.
So if Congress passes a bill, then it'll be incumbent upon you and your team to align our state standards with it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That would be my next step. We don't want to create dual, requirements and data collection and so forth. So.
Next question is another alignment question, and that's with the national organization that accredits schools and colleges of education in our state throughout the country. The acronym is CAPE.
Right.
And so, again, that particular alignment is going to be important since our institutions will be CAPE approved as well as state approved simultaneously. So talk to me about that alignment.
Well, the standards, actually the standards in the proposal that we shared with you are based on CAPE standards, all 5 of the standards. Indiana we actually as a department are completing an agreement with CAPE so that we will be officially a CAPE recognized state, and so our standards at both as for their national reviews and for any program that doesn't seek national accreditation, they're still, even if they have a state visit or a state accreditation process, they're going to be based on CAPE. So everything is centered on the Council for Accreditation of Educator Preparation Standards, all 5.
As you did the analysis between CAPE standards and our state standards, are the national standards more or less stringent than what you're proposing in these rules?
I would think that these are, I will say, not less stringent, but we've selected out what specifically was required in legislation. So the standards and benchmarks that we've included are what were required under 1388. But But we didn't go beyond that because actually the author of the original bill wanted to keep things as simple as possible because everything goes back to the matrix.
Final question, I hope, is any colleges or universities in Indiana express concern about what you've drafted thus far?
No, actually, I've shared it with them. I shared it at the IACTE meetings twice. I sent out invitations for comments. I shared with them our webinar presentation, and I worked closely with Lori Mullen, who helped with the draft as well, so. And also Mary Ellen Hamer from ICI.
Thanks for your good work, Scott.
Oh, thank
Ashley.
you, and I appreciate all Ashley's done too, so,
Ashley, did you have any comments? No. Okay, all right.
thank you.
There's a motion to initiate rulemaking on the standards for teacher preparation programs and the performance of individuals who complete those programs. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Mr. Elser?
Yay.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Ms. Neal?
Yes?
Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Superintendent Ritz?
Yes. We're ready for the final adoption of Ada F rule and summary of public comment. We have, I want to talk about procedure here for just a moment. So I know we have a PowerPoint, which I greatly appreciate from the board staff. And then I have a selected few items that I would like to make sure that the board's aware of. Since Dan has pointed out that the department is responsible for implementation of this policy we're about ready to do, I just want to simply make sure that the board is all aware of some very specific wording language that we feel. I know we sent you a large list of changes. However, we're just going to look at just a few items that we feel are necessary for interpretation of the rule and would like to engage in that kind of conversation for a little bit. This is a very important rule. I'm ecstatic over the collaboration that we've had over the past many months, and the panel's efforts. And I think we all are striving to get the very best rule. I want to be sure that my staff, who has to implement the calculations, is very clear about the wording in the rule, and if there's a change or two that the board might want to see to add that clarity, then I would hope that we would look at that. So it's just a few items that I've asked her to just highlight amongst what we sent you that were critical for us to know about the calculation as we go forward. And I believe we have one person who wants to address on this topic, and I think it's Steve Baker. No, excuse me. Yes, Steve Baker, sorry. Thank you, Steve.
I'm sorry?
I said thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here and to give comment. I do appreciate that. And I do want to echo Superintendent Ritz's words with the panel. Educators greatly appreciate being part of the discussion. It was about an 18-month process, and before that, I was on the original A to F committee as well. So I do appreciate the DOE and the state board valuing the input of educators. I just want to talk specifically on one item of the A to F, and that is the 10 to 12 improvement. It was in the original plan, when we put it together about 4 years ago, it was a bonus. It was a 0.5 bonus, and on a scale, 4-point scale, a 0.5 bonus had some pretty significant weight. The reason that I can remember that it had such significant value was because that 10th to 12th grade is a very unique situation that does not exist in any other building of a middle school, elementary. We don't stop educating our students and wanting them to be college and career ready at the end of 10th grade. No matter what the state board decides, high schools will always take very seriously from 10th grade to 12th grade helping students pass. I want to be very clear on that. When we assign value to it, it sends the message to us that that is also supported and valued by everyone. There's also an issue with waivers. We always talk about waivers. We don't like a lot of waivers. We don't like that at the high school level either. So every student we can have pass that test is one that will not need a waiver. So the more value we give to that, from that 10th to 12th grade improvement, it fits into the overall piece of college and career ready that we've been talking about for some time. Now, here's the kicker. I don't know what that looks like. On the original plan, it was a 0.5 bonus. It was really clear. It was really easy. If you hit a 73% or a 64%, you got half a point. It was easy. It's much more difficult under the new model with growth and everything else. I let the smart people figure out how that will be done. I just wanted to say, as a principal, the more points and the more value we can assign from that 10 to 12, everyone wins. Everyone. Students especially. So that's all I have to say, and in that particular piece of the A to F model.
And
Thank
Steve,
you. Yes.
Steve, I would add comment that that was the same concern as the department, that it doesn't add enough points. And so the merit of it wasn't felt within the system. I do believe today that my staff has a recommendation on how to get more points and make that a viable improvement measure.
Okay, thank you. And the main thing I want to point out, Bob, is I'm at 2 minutes and 49 seconds. That's pretty good to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
But not reserved.
Is Michelle here? Michelle Walker? Oh, they're on their way. So what I asked my staff to do, board, is to just highlight within the rule just the very specific things that we felt we needed to be clarified. And so if we could recess for just a moment, I think Michelle was doing her last minute preparations so that we could go over those. And one of them is the very important topic of school improvement from grades 10 to 12. So with that, we'll recess for just a few moments, and we will come back at, let's try and do at 5 till 10. Thank you very much. Recess. members of the board are ready to resume, I think we can be moving ahead. Michelle, you already give them
Corey was passing
their
it out.
information. The information that you're receiving is really just a concerted effort to highlight just the very key areas that we feel we want clarification on as a department as we go forth to implement such a rule. We've been pretty explicit and highlighted it within the rule for you so that we could have conversation about those. And we welcome, of course, the State Board of Education staff comment regarding any of the areas that we're going to do so that we can address them and feel like we really know that there's no discrepancy in how we're doing and calculating things. So, Ashley, are you doing the presentation, or Cynthia, or you may go ahead and do your PowerPoint presentation, Cynthia? By the way, I like your haircut.
Yeah, thanks.
It's cute.
It goes short, it goes curly. Thank you. All right. So the presentation simply goes through. It simply goes through sort of the overall major changes to the rule that are based on public comment or that were one of the changes, and actually even it wasn't new to the rule, it went out for public comment, but it is per board direction to make sure it was included. All right. So the overview of the changes, the growth and performance weights to be equaled, that came through public comment. Accountability category of A shall be awarded if achievement gaps are addressed. That is a federal requirement. Schools too small to receive an accountability category shall not have consequences imposed, and then atypical school options to be provided. For the growth and performance weights to be equaled, it would put 50% performance, 50% growth, or on a model that has multiple measures, it would be 20% performance, 20% growth, with still that 60% for multiple measures, because we still, from the get-go, we had the greater weight on multiple measures at the high school levels. And how this affects the data, I included both the 2013 and the 2014 for this chart, so you could see the comparison of the current model 2013 to 14, the 60-40 comparison, and the 50-50 comparison. And you see slight changes if we go with either 60-40 or 50-50. It isn't major changes in numbers. The category of A shall be awarded if achievement gaps are addressed. Shall only be awarded if achievement gaps are addressed. Again, this is a federal requirement. We did receive public comment on it, but this is a federal requirement. Yes?
I want to make sure I understand. Can you give examples of the different subgroups and how those would play in at a variety of schools demographically?
Absolutely. This goes back to the old AYP model, if you will. And the old AYP model, it required that you meet accountability in free and reduced lunch, special needs students, language minority students, and then all your array of your ethnicity breakouts, okay? In the old AYP versus PL 221, this is your mini history lesson, if you didn't meet accountability in each of the categories, you automatically couldn't get an A for PL 221. It dropped you to a C. Well, this type of requirement is still there by the feds. But they give us much latitude. They have much wiggle room. We can define what it means to close those achievement gaps. Each school automatically gets an annual measurable objective defined for each of the categories, your special needs and so forth. And if a school meets the AMO from the get-go, they're good to go. But they have to meet it for each one. But since we've got much flexibility, we have defined it so long as they are showing any improvement in growth or performance in any of these categories, we will consider that as moving towards closing the gaps. So, yes.
Are there schools with no subgroups?
You're always going to have an overall subgroup, okay? So overall is going to hit there. We have not defined a minimum number, so I would have to look at that, if there would be a school that wouldn't hit otherwise. Some of our very small schools might only have overall, okay?
So how would that affect them? I mean,
They would still have to show growth in the overall, improvement from last year to this year.
do we run into the same problem then that we ran into with AYP, that at a certain point, some schools can't show growth because they've maxed out, so to speak?
No, that's where the AMO will come into play. This sort of minimum number they have to hit. And if they hit this annual measurable objective, which is never going to be 100%, okay? All right? So long as they hit that, even if they hit their AMO last year, they hit their AMO this year, and last year's score happens to be slightly higher than this year, irrelevant. They've hit it both years, so they're good to go.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. Because it does seem that there's that cohorts have different achievement levels, and that a school could be really damaged by a low-performing cohort.
Correct. The worst damage, again, is they would be dropped to a B versus an A, okay? Which is better than a C in the old AYP days. But it's still, we're looking for some sort of growth from last year to this year. Even if it's a really low-performing population that has trouble hitting their AMO, so long as they're showing some improvement from last year to this year, they're good to go.
In the elementary and middle school years, does that then just by definition mean that the cohort would have to score higher on the statewide achievement test? You couldn't stay status quo and get any credit for growth.
Actually, because we allow for either improvement on performance or improvement on growth. So improving in the growth area, you could.
Thank you.
All right. Schools too small to receive an accountability category shall not have consequences imposed. The changes to the rule will make it harder for us to have schools too small, but it could still happen. All right. So this allows for them to not have, if they end up with a null grade, they won't have consequences imposed. All right. And the atypical school options to be provided. This again should even be more rare than the small schools. We think we've hit them all. The thing is, none of us are competent to say we know all. So we want to make sure the atypical provision is still there, just in case we end up with some school that doesn't meet our definitions right now. And so if this does happen, doesn't fit the model, then the department shall provide the State Board of Ed the following information: grade levels served by the school, data available models with current sample data, and then the State Board of Ed shall then determine the school's letter grade to accurately reflect the school's performance and growth. All right. But again, we're not positive this will even happen, but should it happen, we're covered. And then the next couple of slides are simply a sample of the array of comments, types of comments we received. We did have some themes running through: 57 comments to simply drop accountability, 59 to pause accountability, 46 to award low performance with high growth more points. That was a big theme. The public seems to want to have more points, they want more attention to growth being reflected in the model. 31 comments to include growth such that there is low correlation between performance and growth. In the model that has been created, Debbie Daly, when she ran these numbers, that was one of the things she kept confirming. There was low correlation. That's why we ended up where we did with the chart that ended up going out. And let me be clear, the chart that we used to award points, that's still our sample. We're not quite done until the test results are in. 20 comments to include individual growth. We are looking at growth for each individual student. So, and 18 comments to include weight, growth, and performance equally, to weight, which is what we are doing. 15 comments to eliminate I-STEP, and 2 comments that model is against public education. So, we ended up with some real interesting comments. But then there was sort of this array of things that didn't necessarily help us when we were trying to determine suggestions for the model. And I'll let you read through those in your packets. But questions?
Thank you, Cynthia.
You're welcome.
I'm sure we're going to want your input here in just a moment, okay? Thank you. I want the board to know that the department has contracted Molly Chamberlain, and I think you'll remember Molly, having worked extensively on accountability. She's going to be working with us for professional development and communication, and so many of the things that are coming before you are at her recommendation. There are just a few items in what we just passed out to you that we want to have conversation with, and so Michelle Walker, who also served on the panel and who is our interim assessment director of accountability.
Madam Superintendent,
Yes.
I'd like to make a quick comment before we get into this. I think it's important for the public to know that these edits that you're about to talk about, we still have not seen till just now. We received an email at 10:17 on Tuesday evening to go over these edits that supposedly were given to the board staff and, according to DOE staff, rejected. I want my colleagues to know I executed a phone call to Molly Chamberlain yesterday to try and understand, and she couldn't even verify for me that the edits we were going to see were the ones she's actually given them, because she can't open the documents either. So I'm very concerned about us going down a path today with information we just got. I would like to move that we take action on what was published to the general public on the 29th, and I would move to approve that rule.
We'll take a motion after we look at these items. One of the items was even brought up today on the improvement. My department needs clarification on the rule before we adopt a rule. So if you would please entertain us to go through these briefly. I think that you will see that they're very simple word changes that actually give clarity to what it is that we need to do in order to calculate our information.
I just think it's unfortunate that these weren't made available to the public as part of the agenda. It does not feel transparent at this late hour. We've had so many months of working on this. We've had a jointly appointed panel come up with recommendations, and we've been down this path before, and to put this in front of the board and ask us to actually entertain a decision on these edits, whether they're right or wrong is irrelevant. The point is there is a process for these things coming before the board so that we can do our due diligence and vote confidently that we know that what we're going to do that's going to impact students and teachers is reasonable. And it's very frustrating. It did not help yesterday when I heard from the consultant you're saying is responsible for these, who's telling me that basically they were not substantive, was her words. She also pointed out that she would not be here today, and she made that clear to the DOE staff she would not be here today. It's extremely frustrating.
So, Michelle, if you would go ahead and
Superintendent, may I ask a question for legal clarification quickly?
You may.
John, do you mind? I just want to clarify, my understanding with this was that I wouldn't be able to, for example, come in today and say, I had a brainstorm last night, this would be a perfect addition. Whether it is or is not, I would not be able to add that in at this point because it wouldn't be vetted through public comment. Where are we at in terms of, obviously I haven't read through what we just received, but are we even able to entertain changes that have not been posted for public comment in the last stage?
The law at this point only allows us to make changes to the rule with respect to public comment if they can be logically connected to public comment. So the changes have to be made in response to public comment. Otherwise, you're essentially creating a rule that the public hasn't had a chance to comment on and then sending it out for approval to the Attorney General's office.
So in your opinion, is it even appropriate to be entertaining these changes today at this meeting?
Well, I don't think it'd be appropriate to vote on them, but if you want to hear them, that's up to the board. But I think legally, I would advise against voting on these changes for that very reason, and tabling them till some future date. Maybe we can have these discussions with the DOE. We've been talking to them for months, but these particular topics just never came up until 2 days ago. And so maybe we should have further discussions, but legally, I don't see it something that we can incorporate into the rule at this point without having to go back to public comment and significantly delay the rule, which I think would be detrimental to the field. The goal was to get this rule out in a timely fashion so schools could begin to study it and be prepared for it for the 2015-16 school year.
John, it certainly is not the department's intent to propose anything that's new that hasn't already been entertained somewhere. So we just want some clarifying words, and so that mean something to the field. We have to implement this in a judicious manner, and when we don't have agreement on what it is and what the rule actually means, it's going to cause further issues down the road when people start calling the department, what does this mean? And we can't clarify it necessarily. So, I don't think that we're proposing anything that hasn't already been out there. So with that in mind, I'd like to proceed and let the board at least know that these are things that we feel should be addressed in the rule before we take a final vote.
Sure. We have a difference of opinion on that, but I see no trouble in hearing the department out and listening to their concerns.
John, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
If you pass a rule today, and then we need to give some clarifications, we can amend, if the rule needs to be amended, or if there's some confusion or clarification, we can entertain that later.
There are legal procedures for that. Concern is if I put something in the rule that wasn't there, that the Attorney General's office determines isn't connected to public comment, they could simply deny the rule, and we'd be back to square one.
Remind the public how many months we've been working on this?
Well, including the A through F panel, approximately 24 months, but really substantively with the department, negotiating and trading drafts since last November.
So did we discover some in the last 2 days that suddenly came to mind? 2 days?
Well, we didn't. I mean, we looked at some of the changes and we found them to be non-substantive.
We've been working on this all that time, though, huh?
And then there were some substantive changes, but we determined that many of them contradicted what the board has already said.
Have you seen the changes that are going to be presented yet? Anybody on our staff?
Cynthia
all
Roach made a detailed analysis of it, and we looked at them as well, but I think Cynthia's probably more familiar
So
with
we've
it.
been working on this for months, many months.
Madam Superintendent?
Yes, BJ?
Like Steve's point, makes a lot of sense to me. Is that something that would reset this timeline since it wasn't part of public comment, if we were to go in and make that change, would your advice be to go ahead and approve this and then come back and look at how we can amend it to include those grades 10 to 12?
Yes, that'd be my recommendation.
Say that again?
My recommendation would be to approve the rule as it was presented to the board on April 29th, and then take a look at these other concerns and explore other legal means of amending the rule down the road after it's been adopted. There are legal procedures by which we can do that. The problem is at this stage in the rulemaking process, under the statutory procedure adopted by the legislature, if we make certain changes that aren't directly connected to public comment, then we run the risk of the rule being disapproved by the Attorney General's office, for the simple reason that we would be putting a rule out there that the public hasn't had a chance to comment on.
So I want to ask a couple questions. So first of all, you're saying that we can approve a final rule today, and then there still may be avenues for amendments?
That's correct.
And what would that look like? And does it come back to the board for approval, or what
It would
does that
come back
look
to the
like?
board for approval. There would be public hearing. It would be a rulemaking process, but it is a procedure that is available to the board.
So you're
because of-
talking about going ahead and finalizing the rule and then making changes later,
If we need to, the public could be involved.
which is not the same as making a change now,
Right.
for instance, to address the 10 to 12. I guess when I consulted my legal staff, there didn't seem to be an issue with actually changing language for final approval today, because we're in charge of the final language.
This is true, but there are limits the law places on the changes we can make.
Correct.
And
I'm
so
aware of that.
we have to be careful that we're not going
Correct.
outside that.
And we certainly would seek your guidance as to whether it fell within that to change today.
So my recommendation would be have the discussion, express your concerns here, let's take them under advisement, but move forward with the rule as it is, and then meet up later this week and begin that discussion and look down the road to see if there are amendments we may want to make that we need to take back to the public for more public comment.
So what was the procedure prior to, so if there's an item that was not mentioned in public comment that was added by the State Board of Education staff, where does that fit?
You can make technical non-substantive changes, and the ones we made were at the recommendation of the Department of Education. And that was during our conversations on the 28th and the 29th and the materials deadline, we were making those changes right up to them. Our concern is if we make too many of these technical changes, the AG could at some point say, these are not technical changes, they're substantive changes that haven't gone through public comment, and reject the rule. So I'm taking a more precautionary approach because we're at the end of this rulemaking process. We're under a deadline that was shared with everybody back in November. To stay on that deadline, this rule language needs to be approved today. It needs to go to the Attorney General's office, and we need to find out what the next step is. We assume it'll be approved, and then from there, we can revisit the rule under existing legal procedure and take into account the concerns the Department of Education is expressing here today.
Well, and I'm sorry if you said this and I missed it. Once the rule is approved, what would a timeline look like if we were to come back and address Steve's concern? What does that timeline look like?
The timeline could very well look like an ordinary rulemaking timeline. I mean, we'd have to publish a notice of amendment. There would have to be a docket. We'd have to set up a public hearing. We could do everything we could to expedite it. This rule took a little longer because of the magnitude of the rule, but amendments, it seems to me we might be able to move those through more quickly.
Yes, David?
The spirit of transparency for us and for the public, we did receive the department information very late yesterday. And so there's a question on that. So I'm really personally not comfortable voting on something that has not been carefully vetted by us and by staff. However, you've presented to us, I think, a viable option, which is to go ahead today, approve the rule, and then come back with amendments that sound like they will be minor kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, so my recommendation would be to listen to the Department of Education's concerns.
A number of lines are connected to this conference. Do you want to continue your meeting? Press 1 to confirm.
Can we take a vote on that?
Looked like a little paper touching there.
So John, would you restate the motion you just, your recommendation?
My recommendation would be move to approve the language that was provided to you in the April 29th material deadline, and then resolve to meet immediately with the department. Allow them to air their concerns here today, and then board staff and department should meet afterwards and plan in the future which of these concerns we agree are valid and legitimate, and then make plans to make any changes as necessary. Part of the problem is we haven't had a chance to study this very carefully. This process up to now has involved department staff and board staff spending weeks and months going back and forth, having very detailed and careful discussions about these things. We've been handed a list of approximately 30 changes and have had less than 24 hours to assimilate them. I'm really not comfortable recommending making those changes because I don't know what the consequences would be once that got to the Attorney General's office.
Therefore, John, I will make that motion as you just stated, to adopt the April 29th version. Is that the correct date?
Yes.
David?
And I'll make that motion at this point.
I want the board to be aware of what the issues are. And yes, your motion will be, go ahead and do that. But I would like to at least make the board aware of what we feel the changes should be. And we're not going to go over all of them. I stated that I was just going to go over the ones that we felt were vital to actually implementing this rule. And so,
I think that's prudent.
with your indulgence, we would like to present.
I'd like to.
I understand we have a motion. I said I would take a motion after we looked at what it is we wanted to present.
If I may,
Yes.
my concern at this point is that I feel we are heading towards voting on the materials that were presented on the 29th, and my concern is that it's going to be very confusing to the public if we are discussing other elements that may or may not be added through amendment at a later date. So my preference, just as one board member, would be to vote on the motion and then to discuss as a separate entity the other amendments that might be included. But if we're voting on the one today, I think the more we throw out there will only confuse the public who's trying to understand an already complex issue.
Madam Superintendent,
Yes.
the question I have not heard answered by council. The question I have not heard answered by council is whether the changes that were submitted to us late Tuesday evening, are they, is there a connection between the public comment? Have you made a legal determination as to each of the proposed changes that the department has made as to whether there is that nexus?
We've not made that determination yet. That's going to take some study. There are quite a few changes given to us, and there's quite a few public comments, so that requires some careful analysis. And we're prepared to undertake that analysis. We just can't do it by the time you need to vote today.
And does the department council have an opinion on that as well?
I do, thank you. I'm looking at Indiana Code section 422-229, Part B, and the language actually requires that there be some sort of logical outgrowth from the public comments. So, for example, if you're seeing a trend in public comments and if an agency makes a change to the published rule prior to submitting it to the Indiana Register, it has to be a logical outgrowth of the public comments. So, for example, Mr. Baker spoke about the 1012 improvement comment. That is something the board can consider as a logical outgrowth of public comments, which includes comments today or comments by the Economic Development Corporation as well. So the statute does allow for that. There is some flexibility. I don't think it's a hardline rule that says that you have to attach every potential change to a rule to a specific comment. It just has to be a logical outgrowth of all the comments as a whole or individual comments. So something similar when lawyers talk about totality of the circumstances, I think it's very similar to that.
So can I ask?
Wait, if I may, just continue with the indulgence of the chair. It seems to me that there is some, that the changes that have been submitted to us by the department may or may not have that connection. But at this point, we don't know fully, at least our staff has not fully vetted that. I do fear that we could be exposed legally should we approve those changes that were submitted to us at the last minute, without the public being able to review and comment on them. So I guess it's more a matter of process, and I think to me it is kind of predictable what the response might be if the board is sent changes to the rule, kind of at late notice. I mean, I received, I think, after 10 o'clock on Tuesday. So to me, it would be very predictable that the response by this board might be concerned that, these are changes that we haven't had the opportunity to fully review, vet. The public certainly, hasn't really had adequate time to comment on them as well. So I think I would be inclined, just as a matter of process, I don't think it's, frankly, I don't think it's a big dispute at all. I mean, I'm happy to hear out the department's proposed changes, but I just feel that probably today, at this particular board meeting, would not be appropriate for the board to necessarily vote on those changes. So
I understand that. I don't know what exposure you were referring to. I mean, the exposure would simply be the Attorney General's office not approving of certain portion of the proposed rules and sending them back for the work, but keep in mind that if there's
that would be the legal exposure. Yes, that would be the legal exposure, but there's also the exposure as board members. We're accountable to a number of different parties in the educational system, and ultimately the teachers and the school children and parents and everybody else.
And keep in mind too, if you look to amend the rule as it was recommended, that's not a month-long process. That's a year-long process. It's essentially rulemaking starting all over again. And so the question would be whether or not the board would have the ability to do that, the authority, since there's no emergency rulemaking authority. I'd also point to section 27, 422, 227, that requires a public agency who's engaging in rulemaking to fully consider all the comments received at a public hearing, including the comments today, and in addition to the written record and the summary of public comments as well. So there is sufficient legal authority. I don't think you're exposed, as you agree, legally, except for the possibility of the AG's office not approving that portion of a rule. But I think that I just disagree slightly with council's interpretation of the law. I think there just has to be a logical outgrowth of the comments, including the comments today.
I understand. Now, if I could just ask the question to the department, if I could just ask the question of the department is, why did we wait till the last minute?
Just that.
Even a week or 2 weeks would have been helpful to us.
And I'd love for Cynthia or someone to join me, but as stated, our teams have been working over, and you saw the summary memo that came with this. So I want to say a couple things. The draft we brought today was the exact same draft you received Tuesday night.
We couldn't open it.
You then received a PDF file immediately following from Mike Moore.
Nope.
I didn't hear from anybody that you couldn't open the PDF file.
Went to bed.
But then you had yesterday.
Get older.
Did you open it yesterday?
You have to sleep.
I'm sorry. Let me ask, Troy, were you able to open the PDF file?
I opened the PDF.
Thank you. So, what we're bringing before you today, all we did was add highlight to it to make it easier to follow when Michelle spoke. So we're not bringing something new today that we didn't send Tuesday night, that we did not send the board, but prior to materials going out. We did not send them in this format. We cleaned it up to make it cleaner, but we sent them all of Dr. Chamberlain's comments, all of the same things which are in the document you have, and I think Bob's memo even spoke to receiving our comments. So we have not, I think you're trying to paint a picture that feels like we're interjecting something that we haven't already brought forth to board staff. We gave it to them before materials went out. They chose not to share it with you. So as we spoke about this meeting, we feel it's our due diligence to make sure all sides are presented.
Well, if I could just make one concluding statement to my questions. I am more than willing to listen to the department's proposed changes, but I would reserve my, vote and not necessarily, I would just say that I have concerns about the presentation being at the last minute and kind of substantive changes being made and that sort of thing.
And I think I also want to clarify about the type of changes. I think right now we have everybody in the room thinking these are major changes unrelated to comment, but these are things like the word students is used in the rule where it should read eligible students. That makes a big difference. The word graduation cohort should be used, and it says grade cohort. Those are two different things. So we're bringing forth things that we could argue whether that's substantive or declarative. I would say that's declarative for the field to understand this rule. So that we're not bringing things that change the meaning. We're just looking for things that bring a clear rule to the field. And that's like Dr. Superintendent said, we hired Molly to help with the communications and the technical assistance to teach the field about this rule. So as she's reading this to think, gosh, how am I going to teach the average principal and teacher and superintendent about this rule, and I can't explain students versus eligible students, or grad cohort versus graduation cohort? That was the reason for this being the last step of the process. Molly could not do that kind of review for us until we received the board's final version, which we received not many days before the materials went out. So again, we're not suggesting anything. Sure, absolutely.
If I may, quite honestly, the changes we received on Tuesday, late Tuesday, were not all ones we had seen before. There were only 5 that we had actually seen before and had chosen not to include. All the rest were new to us, changes in language, and I'm not going to argue, 5 of those also, not the same 5 that we had seen before. 5 of those, of the comments we received, were actually substantive changes. The rest are not. They are clarification, and in discussions in our office, we knew that there would be legal routes to make sure those clarifications were made without stalling the bill, the rule as it is, and we did not want to delay the rule, and we didn't want it to get rejected.
So you're saying that some are substantive and
Yes.
some are
Yes.
non-substantive
Yes.
clarifications?
Yes.
And do you agree with that?
Some of them I would argue are both, and we've labeled them as such. I think you got our memo with some were substantive and some were clarification.
But I don't think, the point I'm trying to make is that everyone here agrees that there are substantive changes that have been proposed.
Yes.
That were proposed in response to Molly's recommendations.
Then, in the substantive changes, I was not able to connect back to public comment.
Okay.
Yes, Andrea. So, one more comment, though. So Cynthia, you said something about clarification changes, that you wanted to get your paper out to everybody, but how did, so getting out the paper in the 5-day window to the board, if there were other clarification pieces that you would want to make, what would have been your process to do that?
As John explained, there are legal ways to also make clarification changes working with the Attorney General that are not substantive. There are legal ways to do that and that do not require stalling the bill.
So I think, this is probably the most important rule that we have out there affecting schools and their grades. And the conversation was not finished regarding getting the final rule out there. And no matter the time frames or no matter what was going on, getting it right, getting it as clear as we can possibly get it, with the department knowing exactly what it is that it's going to be doing. This rule has been nebulous before, and we've been operating under it. And I told my staff, I don't want to operate under anything that's not clear in here to the field or to the department, because we have to field all the questions, we have to calculate all the grades, we have to adhere to what it's in here. So when it says grade rate instead of grad rate, that changes a calculation in what it is that we do. And that's a one little letter that was added in there, maybe by mistake.
Superintendent, then I would ask that, as the chair, because I agree with what you're saying, we need to get this right. And if you at the department are uncomfortable that we're there, then table it. I mean, table it to the next meeting. I don't want to do that, but we've had 24 months, and the issue isn't that we're not interested in getting it right. It is that we do want to get it right, and we've had 24 minutes to look at this.
Right.
And this is not the first time, folks. We've been down this path with assessment requests. When board members ask, we get it the day of the meeting. We get it at 10:17 at night. We get a file that we can't open. And I'm just saying, let's get it right. But I think part of the role here has got to be that if we're not ready, then we cannot act on these edits today. I'm not comfortable voting on these edits today.
And as John was stating, there are legal ways to get the edits in there, pass the rule now, and still go back and visit the edits. There are legal ways to do that without stopping the process.
So Brad, I asked my legal staff already about tabling it one more month. They said that that's not going to interfere with what it is. We've already had conversations with AG. They're already familiar with the rule, so that when they go back and look at it later. But there are just some very key things in here that my department feels strongly that we have to know exactly what it means so that we calculate everything as it's supposed to be. The ongoing dialogue has been there, but you were not apprised of what it is the dialogue was. You received a document 5 days ahead because you are to get a document 5 days ahead. And I guess I'm expressing frustration that we were still continuing dialogue and needed to continue dialogue to get things just the way they need to be. This is just such an important rule.
So whether the last-minute changes are clarifying or substantive, bringing them at the last minute after a 2-year process is the very definition of dysfunction, which we've all been accused of. Now, I came today with a whole list of questions about the proposal before us. I have some big-picture concerns about the proposal before us, and I feel that the meeting has been derailed. We could end up spending hours talking about 30 proposed last-minute changes when I want to talk about the A to F model that we're about ready to implement for the state of Indiana. And I talk about frustration. This is an opportunity to air big-picture concerns about A to F and whether the model before us is appropriate for our students. And instead, we're talking about procedural dysfunction, frankly.
So, Andrea, you are correct in that we have very specific rule pieces that we have to put in place. I don't want anybody to misunderstand. I am in favor of this accountability system, and will be voting for this accountability system because I believe in what the panel's done. I believe in what the board has done. I believe in what we've been working together towards. I just know that the department has to implement this, and the rule tells us exactly how to do it. And I want to have it right. And so I don't want to table it, but Brad, I hear that maybe that's where we might need to go. I don't know that this board will want to table it.
There's been 2 motions to act on the rule that's been published.
I know.
I don't know
I
why
know.
we're not allowed to bring a motion forward. I think our procedures do allow that, and I still contend I'd like to move that we adopt the rule that was published.
So let me
I'll
just,
second it.
do you even want to know what these are?
I think if the department is that concerned, we just got it. I mean, I literally just got these, so I am all for it. We've heard legal counsel say there are legal ways we can come back and amend it. I'm not saying there aren't legitimate concerns. I have not had time to process it. I think Andrea said it best. We've studied the published rule. We've come prepared to ask questions on the published rule, and this conversation, this agenda item has been derailed because we're now off on a tangent about edits that some of us just received. So, and I guess some got it yesterday in a PDF, but I would argue that's still not sufficient time when we've had 24 months of getting this point. So I still contend I would move, we act on the rule that was published.
So there's a motion before us to approve the rule that was published, and do I have a second?
I have a second.
Is there any more discussion?
Yes.
Ben?
The consequence of error is on the side of delaying. We've been working on this for 2 years. And so we pass it. There will be ways we can amend or clarify interpretations in the future. This is simply a matter of, if you have substantive concerns in the department, and superintendent, you're responsible where you use your time and how you use your resources. This should not be at the last minute. This is the problem. There is a pattern of this. It's unfortunate. But we'll figure out a way to deal with these at another meeting. If we need to do some clarifications or even do some amendments, we'll look at expedited processes. But this is not professional. It's very disorganized, and it puts everybody in a very uncomfortable position. It doesn't have to be that way. So now we pass it. That way we'll have a timeline moving. Then we can come after some exchange staff, find out what's in here, see what's substantive, what's not, because we certainly are all on the side of being clear with folks. But for right now, let's get this launched. And if you find some things in a past policy that we pass that are hard to interpret, we'll find an expedited way to clarify and move forward in a professional manner. Thank you.
And I just want to say this has been ongoing dialogue. This hasn't been last minute. This has been ongoing. We've been having conversation with the State Board of Ed. They were aware of our concerns. Who wasn't aware of the concerns were you. So I feel it's my due diligence to be sure that you are aware.
It's your
of the
diligence to be
department's concerns.
timely. It's your diligence to be timely and professional. That's your responsibility.
That's what I do. David?
I have a question on the actual motion that's on the floor now, but I need to hear from Bob for a second. Bob, what's your reaction to this?
I am absolutely confident that it's a good rule and that both board staff and DOE staff have worked diligently. Some of the changes that they are recommending that are not substantial changes, we agree with, some we don't, but we think those can be amended in a legal process later on. So we are confident that it is a good rule for schools. And I think the superintendent would agree with that. And the input from both DOE and board staff has been a very collaborative process throughout. So we are confident it's a good rule.
My question deals with the motion that's on the floor. And in particular, we had a lot of discussion about the percentage allocated to proficiency and growth. And it was the consensus of this board at the time that we released the rule for public comment that it would be 60% proficiency, 40% growth. Is that concept contained in the motion that we've put forward on the floor?
On the floor is 50% growth, 50% proficiency as a reaction to public comment.
So this happened after we had consensus of the board on 60-40, staff decided to change that. And what I'm going to do is make a motion to go back to the consensus of this board that we would have 60% proficiency and 40% growth, and I look for a second as an amendment
So
to the motion.
now I really do need clarification. So
I have the motion.
it was my understanding, John, that we were not going to be making changes to language today. Wasn't that what you just told the board, that we couldn't make changes to language?
Changes to the language in the April 29th version that we provided. That version did include the change to 50-50 weighting, and it was explained to the board that that was in response to overwhelming public comment that wanted to see that. Now, it's up to the board whether they want to do that or no. So procedurally, the thing to do would be to vote on Dr. Freitas's motion, which would be to leave it at 60-40. And then after that vote, the thing to do would be to vote on the entire rule, the April 29th version.
So John, how is that different than me making a motion that I need the word grade rate changed to grad rate?
Because it was done pursuant to public comment, and it was provided to the board within the board material deadlines, and the board was given ample notice of the change and explained where the change came from, and we're prepared today in advance to discuss that and vote on it. I think that's the difference.
I guess I totally do not understand why members of this board cannot change the language by any amendment that was presented to us. We have final approval of this language.
You could. I don't recommend it.
So that's why I was so insistent that the board know about some changes that we felt needed to be done for implementation, so that at this meeting, we could make a motion to amend the language to reflect something, but you're telling me that can't happen.
I'm telling you it shouldn't happen.
But it's okay to make a motion like David just suggested.
Yes, because he's actually just asking it to be amended to the prior version. Our change was just a recommendation. That recommendation has to be approved by the board. which by implication means the board can reject that recommendation, and it means Dr. Freitas is completely within his rights to say, I don't want to accept that change, I want to go back to the way the language has been for the last several months.
So I just want to be clear about the amendment process here. So if I look at your original, I look at the language that's been presented here today, and I actually make amendment to it, then we can vote it up or vote it down.
That's correct.
That's what we've been working from from the department. I'm just so unclear as to why the department's recommendations could not be taken as amendments and voted on here today. As a part of the rule that you presented to us.
I don't think anybody's saying they can't. I'm saying they shouldn't because they were at the last minute. Nobody's had a chance to study them. We can't properly advise the board on whether they're substantive or not. There are ways to deal with these. Had the DOE given us these changes months ago, because the changes are to language that's been around for months. It's not language that was just drafted a week ago or a day ago. This has been the language we started out with, and much of it is language that the DOE drafted and suggested, and now the changes are to the DOE's own language that they recommended to us months ago and we accepted. That's different than, I think, coming to a meeting with about a 1 day's notice of 30 changes and asking the board to accept that they're non-substantive or substantive and should be made. I think the board needs a chance to deliberate on it. So as the general counsel to the board, I'm recommending that they table those changes, vote on the April 29th version. Whether you want to accept the 50-50 or 60-40 is up to the board. We'll meet then with DOE and discuss these other changes and see if there's ways to incorporate them if we agree that they're necessary.
All right, so there's a motion to amend the language before us to not have 50-50 with growth and performance, but to have 60% performance and 40% growth.
Right.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a question on that.
Discussion.
This is a parliamentarian question, because there was a motion already on the table that, to me, was to adopt the rule as it was published to the public, which is at 50-50. So are we amending my motion, or are we actually taking a motion ahead of this one?
He made the original.
I made the original motion.
Yeah.
And then it was Brad, and now it's
All right, thank you.
You're allowed to do what Dr. Freitas did as a matter of parliamentary procedure. His motion would need to be voted on first, then the motion to adopt the April 29th version would have to be voted on second.
And I think, if I may, I think 60-40 was kind of the direction that this board had given. I know we went to public comment, but I think we started at 70-30, and 60-40 was a concession. But I believe that 60-40, when I seconded the motion, I believe that 60-40 gives us a truer picture of what's happening in that school. That's why I would prefer err slightly on the side of, do we meet that minimal standard? And if we're not, then how can we help you get there? So that's why I would prefer it be on the side of the 60 proficiency.
Right, and that's a discussion.
I know the growth is very, very, very important, but I think that 60-40 split is the best way to do it.
So the State Board of Education staff recommends 50-50, the department recommends 50-50, and the public recommended 50-50. But there is a motion to do 60-40. Any more discussions,
Yes,
Sarah?
please. And I'm not sure if it would be John or Cynthia, but someone who's more familiar with the public comment that was vetted through and organized and summarized, I'd like to have a little better understanding, I think for all of our sake, of what the rationale was behind those who requested moving back to a 50-50. Obviously, the change was recommended by board staff based on overwhelming public opinion.
Right.
Can you give us any additional detail on any justification that was given through those public comments to support switching back to 50-50?
The public comments that we received were sort of overwhelmingly pushing for more weight to be given to growth, whether it was the 50-50 idea or how the points were awarded on the growth chart, which of course we're not final there, but the numbers we're calculating is the final one you saw, and it's the one that went out. So overwhelmingly, the public came back to us saying they wanted growth to be a major factor, or a more important, or a higher factor, whichever term you choose to use. So that is where we landed, and it was my understanding that what came out of the accountability panel was 50-50 also, and when we looked at the numbers, and with the panel, with the public support and the public comments, and the shift in the numbers was not great. That was where we landed on our recommendation. Obviously, this is your decision to make, and we will support whatever decision you make. But that's why we landed where we did.
Any more discussion, Andrew?
How would you characterize who benefits most by changing from 60-40 to 50-50? Would you say that is especially helpful to low-performing schools that are working hard to raise achievement? And is there any penalty effect on high-performing schools by making that change?
Yeah, it does seem to give the greatest benefit to your low-performing. I mean, if they're struggling to get 60% passing, you're really struggling schools. This doesn't suddenly give them an A, okay? It does help to give them credit, though, for the work that they are doing. With that stated, it does show you've got some high-performing schools, though, who aren't really growing kids. And in the models that we are using, and even with the student growth model, we don't run into what we were running in with our current model, where you've got these kids at Pass Plus that suddenly get no credit. That's not going to happen in the models we're looking at. Kids at Pass Plus, they stay at Pass Plus, they're going to get points for that. So the growth model, whether it's 60-40 or 50-50, quite honestly, the growth model still gives credit to those high-performing schools. Their schools are doing well, great. Where it will, where it could, I hate to use the word penalize, where schools could run into a problem, though, is if they're not growing their kids. If you've got kids who are only barely passing, if you've got kids who aren't passing, your small number of kids who aren't passing, who have low growth, that really means they are going backwards, well, they're not going to get any credit for that. But if you've got kids who are barely passing, they fall into low growth, they're not going to get as many points because they're going backwards.
Would you agree that the public policy purpose of A to F accountability systems is largely to force improvement in low-performing schools, and of lesser importance, the impact on high-performing schools?
I'm not sure I'm comfortable commenting on that. I apologize.
So I think that's based on my research and my understanding of what we've been doing now since No Child Left Behind, is that initially Congress's focus was on Title I schools, and that a lot of what we do, we don't even have to apply to non-Title I schools. And so the goal is to create incentives for low-performing schools to boost achievement.
That I would agree with.
Cynthia, to help us, could you go back to your slide 4 in that presentation? Because I think you gave us the information on this very topic. Thank you very much. So you have a copy of this, and so you can see the 60-40 and what the percentages were with our calculations, and then what the percentages are with a 50-50. And there were many comments regarding the 50-50 being preferable.
Cynthia, thanks for clarifying these issues. Prior to this rule, what was the percentage placed on proficiency and percentage placed on growth?
I'm not sure that it's even possible. I assume it is. I've not tried to break it out quite that way. Prior to this, for example, the current model does massive weighting on performance. If you don't hit a 60%, you get no points. If you're below 60%, so you're struggling schools, you get no points. And then the only way to get any points towards a grade is with high growth. And the highest a school that's a really struggling school, the highest grade that they're able to get in our current model is a C. They never get higher. It's impossible. It's simply not possible. So
would it be fair to say that the model before this rule was primarily proficiency? We really didn't measure growth?
It was only as bonus points, and it was difficult to get. you had to have a high percentage, roughly 40% of students at high growth to even get a point.
My other question is on the public comments, how many people stated that they would prefer the 50-50?
That was only 18 specifically stated 50-50. It was
18 people out of the population of the state of Indiana indicated 50-50 would be better. Is that, what percentage is that of total population who could have commented?
Well, 18 of the comments we received, and I don't remember the exact number of comments we received, but
everyone can comment, and 18 out of the entire state commented on that.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we have a motion and a second, and we are in discussion. Oh, go ahead.
May I come in there?
Yeah, you may.
Yeah, thank you. The reason I'm leaning the 50-50, partially because of comment, but also, and the stats would bear this out to a degree, I want to make sure educators are motivated, properly rewarded for going to schools where you might have a large number of students that are experiencing a lot of difficult challenges. Might be economic, might be social, family, et cetera, et cetera. And we want to reward educators for going into these situations. And if you can improve these students, it's also consistent with our strategic plan on meeting standards. You can't leave folks behind. Social justice would dictate we have to pull people up. And I want to give proper credit to folks that will go into difficult situations and improve students. I think it will reward this. So after all these discussions and public comment, all due respect to my colleagues who are, I understand what you mean. You want to get to proficiency, and we could 2 or 3 years. A through F is really a fairly new process in Indiana. As we develop and pull more schools up and students, maybe we'll want to go to a 60-40, 70-30 at some point. But right now in our development, I'd like to reward principals, teachers, community leaders to go in there and really improve scores and get a lot of credit for it. It's just a matter of social justice to me.
Quick comment.
Yes, Brad?
I just wanted to explain that too, because I do remember the conversation. I do remember we said 60-40, and on that day I was leaning that way, but that was before the public hearings, and I attended 2 of the 3 in Marion and Indianapolis, and there were compelling cases being made, person after person, about the fact that there was concern about when you're in a district and you're in a school specifically that's struggling, we don't want to discourage our best teachers from going in there and trying to grow those students as far as we can. When I got done with that, I actually sat down with Deb Daly and I asked to see the distribution that's up there on the screen, which is what does it look like at 60-40 and 50-50? And honestly, it's not that much of a difference. What it does do is I think it gets us to a better distribution overall, which means there will be slightly fewer A schools, but there's also fewer schools that are F and D schools. So I think the key thing is the reason with all due respect, and I shared this with David ahead of time, I know how he feels about the 60-40. I was there too. The reason I'm changing and going to 50-50 is because I want to make certain that we send the message that we do see in this rule change the need to have growth in there and to award growth. And I think 50-50 is a good starting point. If we move along in 2-3 years, as Mr. Elsner said, we might come back and make it 60-40.
I think we're confusing teacher effectiveness when we say we want to get people into these buildings with school grades. In my opinion, school grades are, we want to find, and I agree with Andrea, we want to find our chronically failing schools, and we want to fix them. That's why I think 60-40 presents a better picture of that. I don't think, and that's why I've said all along on a different topic, but it goes back to our strategic plan, that's why I don't feel that tying 50% or 40% of teacher evaluations to student performance. That's how you get people to go into those buildings. That's how when you limit that number, that's how you get the people that we want, the highly qualified people to go into those buildings, understanding that it's a tougher situation. We recognize it, the federal government recognizes it, we give more money, we have Title I. We all understand that that's a tougher job going into those buildings, but I don't want to confuse that with school grades. School grades is not a teacher grade. School grade is a community grade, a parent grade, a student grade. All those things come into play. It's not, the teacher doesn't own that A or that F solely. That comes into the triad of teachers, parents, and community. So I think we're skewing the two. I think, and I agree with Andrea totally, I think the point of school grades is let's find our chronically failing schools and how can we help them? And that's why I think that a 60-40 split of, even though they're growing, and I love the fact that we're finally recognizing that they're growing from where they start to where they finish, if we want a picture of where they truly are, I think that minimal efficiency level has to be higher than the growth model.
Yes, you can go ahead. Make a comment, Michelle.
I just wanted to make a comment, kind of back to what several of you have mentioned about the 50-50 and really the incentivizing of both high-performing and low-performing schools. And I think as we think about the assessment that's used to measure the growth and really looking at the bands, if you will, of cut scores and thinking about it's really difficult to get students to proficiency, but that's where our goal is. But we really want to recognize the spirit of the rule that also talks about growth to proficiency. And so I think from the department's perspective, I think that's really why we also support the 50-50, because it does incentivize both groups equally. And I just thought that was something worth saying. So,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may.
I would just like to make some overall comments. First off, it's unfortunate that some of that this two-year process, which I believe has been very collaborative, has been, I think, sidelined a little bit today by some of the jet wash. And so I just want to make the point that, we want to get this right. This is an issue that affects every school, every teacher, and every kid. It's a really important issue. And so that's why we've spent so much time on it. That's why we're actively discussing it today. And I'd also like to push back a little bit on the, what seems to be the automatic narrative of dysfunction. I think what you're seeing today is function. This board is working through an enormously complicated issue that, again, just to repeat, affects every school in the state. And so we want to get it right. And I think it's entirely predictable that the board would have some concerns about changes that were presented to us, less than 2 days ago. Entirely predictable that we would have concerns about that today. And I'm not making judgment on the changes that have been proposed. I am more than happy to listen to it today or at a future meeting. And I would be happy to entertain the changes that the department has recommended. And I may support all of them, I may support some of them, I may support none of them. But I think it's important to make this point that we are working through an enormously complicated issue that faces every school in this state, and we want to get it right. And so I think what you're seeing today, even though there have been some discussions about procedure and how we consider these important, the important language that will affect every student and every school in the state, of course, we're going to have an active discussion about it. That's not dysfunction, that is function. So, and I think we've had a very respectful conversation, even though, I think there's been a little bit of frustration expressed. And I think, again, that's entirely predictable, and it was entirely understandable. So, anyways, I guess from my position, I'll reserve my comments on that.
So Gordon, did you have a comment on the motion before us, 60-40 or 50-50?
No.
Can we call the question on the amendments, please?
Any more discussion? All right, so we have a motion and a second to amend to have 60-40 instead of 50-50 weight for performance and growth. Roll call, please.
Mr. Albert?
No.
Mr. Elser?
Nay.
Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
No.
Deal?
No.
Yes.
Wicker? Senator Ritz?
No. The amendment has failed. Troy, did you say you had a question?
Yeah, John, I'd like to ask a question. I know the next motion on is for to approve the 29th version of the rule. If that would go and be approved, is there a way that we could address the amendments that are on the suggestion one at a time to go through that and get a final document ready this week?
Let me make sure I understand what you're asking. You want an analysis of the amendments, or?
Not necessarily. We hear the discussion and then they can be either amended or not amended one at a time.
They could be amended. It could be expedited. It's not going to take a year because these amendments are much smaller than this entire rule. So
I'm talking about the ones that are specifically clarity.
the ones that the DOE
Like
has.
graduation, that I've heard graduation and grade. Those are very important, especially in
Sure.
my world.
Sure. Well, the first thing to point out is we've already made a lot of the DOE's clarifications on the 28th and 29th, and so we're happy to sit down and look at those. Our position is we haven't been able to come to a conclusion, absolutely, whether they're technical or substantive, but once we do, yes, we can move quickly on that if it turns out these are just technical amendments that don't have any substantive effect connected to public comment.
So when would you say those amendments would be put into place on an agenda so that those could be either corrected at that time to help schools understand this rule?
If I can I consult with Brian Murphy, who's in charge of our rulemaking docket? He might be able to answer that question more accurately.
Can I make a comment, Superintendent Ritz?
Yeah, I'll let you
Sorry,
make a
Brian.
comment here in a second, but I think I'll reserve my question for you, Brian.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make a quick comment that of all of the changes that you received, we certainly didn't want to discuss all of them today, only the ones that we felt, as Troy has pointed out and Superintendent Ritz has shared as examples, that really would prohibit the rule from being implemented appropriately. So we certainly pared that list down, and hopefully we'll have a chance to actually share that with you today. But we are not looking at 30 changes. I just thought I probably should let you know about that.
So Brian, I think the question before us is, if we pass the rule today as was presented to the board on the 29th, then how soon could we make amendments?
I think there's one thing that we can suggest, and you might agree, is after a rule is approved and goes through the whole process,
Yeah, go ahead and speak in that.
and after it's actually adopted, if there are technical changes that need to be made, and those are truly technical, non-substantive, you can do a technical change through the LSA. So that might be the easiest way to do it, and it doesn't have to go through the whole amendment.
Brian?
That's correct. So once the rule has gone through the AG and has been signed by the governor and then goes to the Legislative Services Agency, then at that point, we can make what's called agency corrections, and we just file a document directly to LSA, and those would include any technical changes, making sure terminology is correct, things like that, anything that does not affect the policy of the rule, or anything that's not substantive. And that's a real easy process that does not involve going back and making amendments through another rule promulgation process. I think the issue we were put in when we got these recommended changes from the department is our staff tried as best we could to go through and try to determine, number one, are these substantive, and if they are, can we make them? We determined that we could not. And then if they were not technical, we made the ones that we felt like were useful, and then there were others that we just felt like were not worth making at this point, delaying the rule. So we weighed that. So now we didn't have time to review them with all the deliberation that we would have liked, obviously with the time issues. But I don't want the board to think that we didn't look at them. And at this point, I can't say that there's any specific ones that we can say, yes, we agree that's worth making right now. So we have spent time looking at each individual one, and so that's the spot we're in right now.
So the process then that would be recommended by both would be that you approve the rule and that these technical pieces that we feel are vital to actually being able to implement this rule could be done with the LSA process at the end.
Right, they're called agency corrections, and there's a statutory process by which that can occur after the rule's been finalized.
Well,
And
I
that's
will tell you that makes me feel a lot better. That's the first time that I've heard that is available to us.
The problem, I think what makes us uncomfortable is where do you draw the line between substance and form?
I understand
And
that
at this
dialogue.
point, we wanted to err on the side of caution. But
I totally understand that.
So my original motion was to do what the state superintendent just said. I think we have agreement from DOE, from board staff, that we go ahead with the April 29th version with the understanding both teams will work together on those significant, in some cases, maybe not, in others, and in a reasonable amount of time come back to the board. And so I just want to emphasize that's the original motion I made, and I certainly support it and would call the question.
And
I saw questions.
Okay,
Oh,
If
yeah,
I
we're
could-
not going to vote yet, Andrea.
if I could comment,
sure.
technically, the agency corrections don't even require board approval since they're to form.
Okay.
We can bring them back, and certainly that's something we can do so the board can see what changes we're making. But because they're technical and they don't affect the policy or the substance of the rule, the way it's applied, they can be made just directly to LSA.
And as the maker of the motion, that's the spirit of this motion, is that you would have the authority to go ahead and make those technical corrections
With collaboration
without a
with the
formal vote
departments.
coming back.
Yeah, and just one clarification I wanted to make, as one example, as the deputy superintendent mentioned, with the eligible student issue. So we received some recommendations from the department earlier about the eligible student issue. We went ahead and made those changes. However, yesterday, or whenever we received the latest version of strikeouts, apparently there were some additional eligible student tweaks in there that they wanted to make. So it wasn't like we were ignoring that. We were trying to do the best we could, but we have to weigh that against getting this rule moving this rule forward.
Right, again, my motion is to move forward on the rule, provide you the flexibility along with the department to work collaboratively and fix it. And it is a very important decision that we've spent 2 years on, and not only us, but many, many other people. We've had advisory committees and so forth, so we do want to get it right. I feel real comfortable, though, with the compromises that we've made and feel comfortable with this. Sounds like everyone else here does also.
And just, if I may, two more quick things. The law states that any rule or statute is to be interpreted in accordance with its intent. And so there's always going to be issues with language, and those things can be tweaked, and we could argue about that forever. At some point, if the substance of the rule is good and we feel like it is good, it has to move forward, and then we can make those minor changes at a later date.
Thank you.
And Brian, that's the first time that I've heard a solution to what it is that we wanted to make sure that we're getting some technical corrections in there. So I thank you for that, because that's the whole purpose in making sure that we're having this dialogue. So
Now, those have to be clearly, again, technical changes.
thank you. BJ?
will
So
we
we're in discussion, I just want to be clear. So we have a motion, we have a second, and we're in discussion.
So those changes that go in there, just based on, I would say clerical errors, but that are small changes, we won't see those again, correct? And don't need to see those. But what about the changes that you recommended, the changes that Steve recommended?
It's my understanding,
Can we bring those back to review at a later meeting as opposed to?
it's my understanding that that would happen, and John, or Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, if I
And do we have to wait
misunderstood
until
it.
the rule is
That
in effect?
can't happen until after the rule has been completed, and then we could start the little process again to amend it.
So, and that brings up the issue that I think I disagree with Mr. Moore on, in that the making changes pursuant to public comment comes from the public comment period and the portal period. Otherwise, I mean, we could have 10 people come in and comment today, and expect the board to quickly make those decisions. I don't think that's what the statutory scheme, the intent was for that scheme. So for a change like that, unless we can link it to an already existing comment, which at this late hour, I haven't had time to.
I'm not asking that, I'm saying.
That would have to be in a later amendment.
How quickly can we?
He
if
was
we know
wanting to
there are
know the
things we want to
process.
review, when
Well,
when can we start that process?
Well, I think that amending a provision of a rule is more streamlined than creating an entire rule like we did here. I don't think it's going to be a year like Mr. Moore stated. I think we can make it happen quicker. Again, that's just an estimate, but I mean, we could, if that's something we want to do, we could begin that process. Unfortunately, we haven't had time to say, okay, is it linked to an existing comment? So
And we have streamlined the process for approval already, BJ, because we've involved the AG already. There's already been dialogue regarding all this with the entities.
Correct, and if there's a specific comment that they're numbered, so if there's a specific comment that Mr. Moore or department could point to that says this is a logical outgrowth of comment number, they're all numbered, that might help, but.
So thank you for getting us to a solution, because that's really what I was seeking, is how do we move this forward?
I think one other quick comment to yours, Mr. Watts. The department actually does support what Mr. Baker was sharing, and that was one of the ones that we had on our list to actually talk about today. That's probably one that could be done through the amendment process that Mr. Sneathen described. It would be more than a technical change, but it is one that I think the board probably needs to consider. The department and I think the board staff would all agree that that's, looking at the improvement from 10 to 12 is a really important part of the ADAF rule. So that would be an example, I think, of something that could come later.
Andrea?
I have some questions, probably Michelle and Cynthia both, and maybe Bob, but in particular, my questions revolve around the ADAF formula as applied to elementary and middle schools. Teachers don't award semester grades based on a single test. They use a variety of tools, multiple tests, essays, oral presentations, et cetera. And I know we've talked about the need for multiple measures, the need for a variety of indicators, but am I correct in saying that for elementary and middle schools, we come down to one annual test score? Is that?
Do you want to join me? You want to join me?
Michelle?
I mean, Cynthia and I can both address that if you'd like. So one of the handouts, and I'm not sure if you actually have it now, but that we've actually used with the board that we developed as part of the ADAF panel meetings was a rectangular drawing that has the grade bands, if you will, the 310, looking at 11 and 12. That's where, for example, Mr. Baker's question about improvement from 10 to 12 is. And as you look at the proficiency part of that, I think Superintendent Ritz is sharing that with you now. That's where, for us, we use I-STEP, and then we look at the growth measure. That's where the conversation about 60-40, 50-50 came in. Is there just one test that's part of the calculation? The answer to that is yes. The multiple measures piece, if you look, there are 3 bands going across 3 rows, and if you see the performance and growth and then those multiple measures, multiple measures are primarily used right now at high school. And in a minute, I'll let Cynthia add. She may have some comments she wants to add as well. What we wanted to do as a panel is leave that open so that if other multiple measures come about, we can add those. And so that bottom band, that 3rd row that you see across that table, actually is open to any multiple measures that the board would decide would be important later on. So at this point, yes, we're looking at I-STEP and we're looking at growth proficiency.
So not counting high school, because they've got the other items, the AP and the IB, et cetera.
Right.
For grading elementary and junior highs, it's just the I-STEP test scores that's the basis of all of the. Okay, so on that leads me to my second line of questioning, which is this new assessment that we're just now beginning to develop. I just want to understand in my own mind how we can use a brand-new assessment and a brand-new ADF formula when we don't know if the assessment itself, whether the test items are valid and reliable. How do we make the jump to doing all of this the same year?
Great question. And one of the things that I would point out is that we're actually using our current A to F model, if you will, with the new I-STEP assessment that's being given right now, as a matter of fact. And we've talked a lot about having an equal percentile concordance table and some other statistical measures that we will actually do. So the very first time we actually calculate accountability with our new test is with our old model. And then moving forward in the spring of 16, that accountability would be this new model that we're actually doing the A to F rule for.
But a brand-new test that takes some testing items from this year?
It's all based on items from this year. And again, Cynthia may want to jump in. I didn't mean to dominate here. But I think your question is a really good one in that the model, the A to F model, actually won't come into play as the new model until we give the spring 16 test. So you want to add something to that?
And one other thing I want to point out is what we've discussed with the department is this year when the A through F results come out, again, based on the old model, they will run also the new model next to it. So schools will be able to see the comparison. The new test, this is how it looks on the current model, and this is how it will look on the new model. So they have an idea of what it's going to look like next year when it is the model for them.
But with more new testing items, or only previously used test items?
The latter. So one of the things, and we've actually, Dr. Freitas always does a really great job of bringing up this topic of making sure that the test is valid and reliable. And so that's obviously one of the things that we'll do. We've talked to the board about having actual validity studies. In fact, you had a resolution recently about that as well, that the department does that. The state board staff is going to have that done as well, so that those items are deemed valid and reliable before they're used for the accountability
And
calculation.
can you determine validity and reliability based on a single cycle of testing?
Yes.
Do we have any idea what percentage of this year's testing items might be deemed valid and reliable?
We won't know that until we actually look at the data, to be honest with you. We're hoping that most of them are because we want to use them in the future. And if we need to tweak any of those items, we can repilot them. You might remember, and this is part of my assessment update, so I'm bleeding over a little bit into my next topic, but this test for this spring actually serves three purposes. The assessment for spring 15, piloting items for the future, spring 16, and so on, and building that vertical scale for the new growth model.
Other than this year's test, is there any other source of testing items that may be used on the 15-16 test?
Yes. Do you want to?
Well, I know we've discussed doing a fall pilot, and I know we are still looking at doing a fall pilot to make sure we have enough items for next year's test so that we don't end up in the same place. So it will be all items with statistics backing them that appear on the 2016 test.
I think her question was other than I-STEP.
So, and actually Cynthia and I have talked about this as well, where items that Indiana currently owns that were on our previous versions of I-STEP can be realigned. And if any of those align to our new standards, they can be repiloted and used again. So our item pool is getting very large, which is excellent.
Okay, and can we take items from other tests around the country too?
We could if they align and
And
if we pilot them.
And is that a decision made by the testing vendor or by the department, or how?
So what I would say is that the RFP that we actually had that we've recently awarded that we're getting ready to implement actually describes the building of test items through the vendor. The vendor could propose getting those items from other locations for our consideration. So that is possible.
And you have to approve that?
We would have to approve that because right now Indiana wants to own all of our own items at this point.
But again, Dr. Walker mentioned that they would have to be piloted. Even if we choose to use items from other tests, they would still have to be piloted with Indiana students.
Okay, so again, my concern is we're getting ready to attach some very high stakes for students and teachers and schools to a brand-new test that we've never seen, hasn't been developed, hasn't been written, and whose validity and reliability has not yet been established. So there's a lot of good faith going forward when you approve an A to F system. Is that?
Absolutely, and I think Cynthia would agree. You're asking the right questions today, the questions that are really important for you to think about and to be sure that you understand. how do these items get developed? All the items that you're seeing, or the teachers are seeing on the test students are taking now, were approved by Indiana teachers. So it goes through the rigorous process that we've discussed before. But I think your questions are good ones, and ones that we certainly would want to share more information
Right.
if you have further questions.
Yes, thank you. My big concern revolves really around the grades that will be awarded to the elementary and junior high schools. We are giving them a final grade based on one test, and I hope moving forward that we can continue to look for a variety of indicators. I have seen many schools that have narrowed their curriculum, particularly at the elementary level, because as we all know, if it isn't tested, it isn't taught. There's been a deep decline in the amount of hours spent on social studies and civics. We all know we have a civic literacy crisis in this country and in this state. The NAEP scores for social studies just came out. They're not good. We haven't seen a state breakdown yet, but it's not good. So my concern is that the A to F formula as constituted will further restrict and further narrow curriculum at the expense of our students. So I hope that we can figure out a way going forward to find multiple measures for elementary and junior high school.
And Andrea,
Most
we
definitely.
as a board already committed to doing that, and that's why you still see it
Right.
as an entire line item on this little page that I gave you, because I think we're all committed to trying to find multiple measures.
And the way that the model is designed on your page there even, it can be added to. And that was something that the panel really believed in also, is as other things become available, whether they're assessments or they're other rating systems of student learning.
Yes, I understand that. Going back a year or more, I remember suggesting other measures such as national French, national Spanish exams, those sorts of things that maybe schools could use, and was repeatedly told that these kinds of measures wouldn't pass federal muster. And so I think that there are lots of objective measures out there that we could use. The We the People program offers objective assessments, and we just need to work a little harder to incorporate them into a A to F model.
And I think too, as we're looking at utilizing the DWD version of what are some of the industry certifications that we think would be valuable as part of the multiple measures. So I think the board and department staff are thinking a lot about how do we open that up and really broaden the different avenues that students can demonstrate proficiency and learning and growth, if you will, in those other areas so that they can be considered.
Thank you. Dan?
Yeah, I appreciate all the questions and so forth. I want to make a point that's not made often enough. The essential skills test we give, called ISTEP, is about essential skills we've adopted. We think students ought to know them. We think it's really important to their future. And teachers have mulled over these questions. These did not come from a test company or from outer space, and they are connected to standards we care deeply about. Now, on top of that, we should learn a lot more in school, but we should at least learn our essential skills. And with that, I call for the question.
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 Yes. I'm very appreciative of the dialogue we had today. We have best practices. Let's take a break. Are the lunches here? What's the pleasure of the board? You want a small break and continue?
Madam Superintendent, we have guests here who are planning to present, who've been here
Correct.
since the beginning.
So a small break?
A quick break would be fine, brief break.
10-minute recess.
Well, we shouldn't, there's not much. several cards. 5 cards. Used to be one very well.
If we could have board members to resume our meeting.
5th grade does not, 6th grade does. It's probably a good thing, because they wouldn't come back. Walk out.
I'm not sure, yeah, BJ may need to run.
I'm gonna go use the restroom quick.
I won't run. I'll get hurt.
Oh, they were back there, and then, see, I wasn't gonna eat mine, because we're not supposed to eat here.
Very summary.
Then I started gobbling it down.
Yeah, Ken too.
that from Phoenix, so she's more ready.
Oh, jealous. Definitely jealous. It was really hot this morning. It was like 70. I was here about 7:15. It was 78. I'm gonna switch out for winter wardrobe. Absolutely. Did it like 6 weeks ago, and then of course it was cold for a million days and rainy. And I thought to myself, that was a really bad idea, actually. But now it's time to. Yeah.
Do you live here in Indianapolis?
I live in Carmel, in West Carmel. Yeah. I'm a city person, so the birds. We have a really diverse neighborhood, so I can appreciate that. Well, my better half is an airline pilot, so I tell him he and I are enough to take care of. And we have a really, really crazy schedule. And right now he flies for Spirit Airlines. He's moving over to Delta. It is nice. Yes.
Okay, if we could resume.
Go through the changes you're gonna make now and bring us a new one.
So we'll let you know.
Oh, those just appeared. Oh, this is from them. This is from the presenter. They're probably for you.
We are at Best Practices, Innovations, and Education Student Successes. We have a presentation from Standard for Success.
I'm just going to introduce our guests, if that's okay, I'll just introduce. 2 weeks ago, Standard for Success shared with the SBOE Strategic Planning Committee their integrated platform that provides multi-tiered support for Indiana educators and schools. The user-friendly platform provides support to schools in developing and managing locally created evaluation systems, providing meaningful feedback, and aligns professional development directly to educators. 97 organizations in the state are currently being supported with this system, which include Indianapolis Public Schools, Washington Township, South Bend Community Schools, Southwest Allen, and Avon Community Schools, as a few examples. There are also special education vocational cooperatives that are currently being supported, with approximately 40% of all the certified staff in the state using the system to manage evaluation, feedback, and professional development in a meaningful and transparent way. Standard for Success's work in partnership with the associations and other education organizations directly relates to the SBOE's strategic plan goals 1 and 2, and that the SBOE unanimously approved last summer. In addition, thanks to the superintendent for her continued efforts to provide support for schools so that they can continuously improve and provide fair and transparent accountability systems. Given the focus, areas, and goals of the SBOE through the strategic plan and the superintendent's focus on providing supports to schools to allow for continuous improvement and transparent accountability systems, today we have with us Mr. Steve Baker, principal of Bluffton High School, and Mrs. Kathy Sigorski, professional development coordinator for Center Grove Community Schools, and Todd Whitlock from Standard for Success to share their best practices with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley, and members of the board. It is an honor to be here, and actually I will just be briefly on the stage and turn it over to our school districts that will be able to share what's happening within their districts. Just to give you a little bit of idea of where we come from and what we have. Our system was developed after the law was implemented in Indiana, and that became very evident that we had district, building, and teacher concerns that we had to take into account to collect and manage the process of teacher evaluation. With that, as educators, we decided to come up with a solution that allow the school districts to electronically do that in other ways than spreadsheets and word processing documents. We partnered with the associations, the Principal and Superintendent Association, to develop a system that had transparent communication, that could develop and deliver a strategic process to implement this, to have continuous improvement for the adults in the system, just as we strive to have continuous improvement for the students in the system. The associations, the principals and superintendents have been very instrumental in the development and the features of the product, along with the end users, from the teachers, the building administrators, and the district administrators through the process. We are very lucky that our system is developed by educators that understand the process. We're not relying on a programmer that is not an educator to develop and deliver what teachers, administrators need to improve instruction. The key points that Steve and Kathy will talk about, our system is built around transparency. So the teachers and administrators see what's happening, and they both see the exact same thing. Our system is customizable. Currently, there are over 200 variations of rubrics from teachers, special education, guidance counselors, national athletic directors, principals, superintendents, curriculum directors, and so forth in the system. Stakeholder input has been very essential in the development of the product. It was created by Indiana educators for Indiana educators. All the owners of the company are educators. 3 of the 4 were Indiana educators. The 4th is an educator in Alaska. Customer service is key for this product. Typically, turnaround times on processes that need help within the districts is less than a half hour during the workday and less than an hour 24/7. It is user-friendly. We constantly hear feedback from the field of how easy it is to use, and it doesn't impact their daily jobs. They're allowed to do what they need to do in the classroom and in the buildings to help students achieve. With that, I'll turn it over to Kathy, and she will talk about some of the things that are happening at Center Grove as a result of implementing this process.
Good morning. It's very nice to be here. It's an honor. I would just like to share from my perspective. I work with professional development. I do training for all the teachers, and I do the training with the administrators in our corporation on the evaluation process. So I'm kind of the keeper of the process, okay? So I wanted to share with you that everything that Todd just mentioned, when we first started with the evaluation process, oh my goodness, that was quite a process. And unfortunately, things were very compartmentalized. It was the teachers here, the administrators here, and all parts were separate. We did not have a software platform that housed everything. So we were constantly tweaking and trying to use existing platforms that we had so that it would try to work for our system or our teacher evaluation process that we adopted. With not much success, I had heard about Standard for Success, and I brought that to our board and our central office, and we became very excited about using this product and the possibility of this product housing everything for everyone. And that's indeed what it's ended up being. It's customizable in the fact that it does house all of our rubrics. It's also customizable according to our percentages that our domains are weighted and the value that we've given to different parts of the process. It's transparent that the teachers really like it. At any moment, they know where they stand in the process from the beginning to the end, where before that really was not happening unless you had good communication with your administrator. We have wonderful customer service. Most requests for situations or problems come through me, and then I contact Standard for Success. And Todd's exactly right. They are Johnny on the spot. And one of the pieces that I really like in my position are the analytics. And I want to show you the power of the analytics from this program that roll down to the administrators and so forth. We all can use it. And the piece that's being used right now in our schools is the finalization process. And they have a beautiful system where administrators have collected the data all year long, and then it's a very simple, user-friendly process for that final evaluative conference with the teacher that they can show strengths and areas of potential improvement. So let me just move forward here, and this is an example of a teacher's home page. This is what they see when they pull this product up. This shows them how many observations they've had, and then it also contains their student learning outcome. That's our piece. We call that our goal action plan. That's our growth data piece, and that's housed there. And then also their artifacts that they are choosing to upload to support any indicator on the rubric for their evaluation process. So this is what they see, and as you can see, the rubric extends down below that. And if you will look over here to the right, those are all the observations that have been given to the teacher, to this particular teacher. And if you see green boxes and yellow boxes, those are indicators that have been marked as effective or highly effective, and the yellow is needs improvement or ineffective. Okay? And then those are also marked on the rubric down below.
Does that match up then with the state ranking? Are those necessarily the same definition? The highly effective?
Oh,
effective?
yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So you can see as a teacher that the second indicator here has been observed 3 times in that particular indicator. So it's a great picture for teachers. This is an example of the green and yellow as I was sharing with you. This is what a teacher would see after an observation. This is their feedback that gets sent to them within 24 hours of an observation. And so they know immediately what was scripted while the administrator was in the classroom, what indicators on our rubric it is linked to or satisfies, and a teacher would know instantaneously that they would have an area of needed improvement. The next slide, this is an up-to-date report that you can get right off of the program that shows you the indicators in your building of your teachers that are strong. Like the first here, it says domain 1, and then those are the competencies listed below that, and it tells how many teachers in your building you have at the highly effective level, effective, needs improvement, and ineffective. Those are live links. An administrator can click on that, and it gives them the names of the teachers that fall in that category. That's pretty powerful when you go to design your professional development for your building, or a grade level, or a department. Okay, this slide starts the analytics, and this particular one, again, shows indicator by indicator how many teachers in a building, where they landed on that particular issue. The next one is a summary page, and this is for admin, and this is showing what types of professional development might be needed by teachers in their building, and the names come up and it gives you suggestions for professional development. This is what I use, I look at constantly because it's my responsibility. I've been tasked with to train the administrators. So norming is a huge part of my trainings, and we meet every other month as all of the administrators plus central office to norm on this process. And we're always, our goal is to try to close that gap so that we move closer to the middle. And this document shows me and central office, all of the administrators on the left, and every single competency on the rubric and how they scored it. Then, if they are one standard deviation above the norm, it color codes it green. And if it's a standard deviation below the norm, it color codes it red. So I can look across there and go, I think I need to clarify something, or I need to go have a conversation with that administrator regarding that particular competency or domain. This is another document in the analytics, and these analytics go on forever. They can disaggregate data to the corporation level, to building level, to teacher level. You can also create subgroups for departments. What I do is I pull data for our new administrators, and I watch very carefully that I'm developing our new administrators as well. So we, constantly have to try to sustain that norming rate. Okay, and then another, I think this is the last analytic here, or one of the last that I wanted to show. This shows how an administrator stacks up to the norm for the corporation. And you can also have the state there, which would be really, a 3-bar graph would be phenomenal to show us how this administrator stacks up against the corporation and the state. Okay, and then this last one is showing trends, and this is really, really important. These are identified indicators that your corporation can customize with Standard for Success. And what we did was, we have 4 areas on our rubric: the levels of engagement, levels of blooms, we do literacy strategies, and we have 4 areas, and there is a component at the top called classroom walkthrough. This would be powerful for audits, like if you have a new initiative coming in your corporation and you want to see how the teachers are using it in their classrooms. If you want to go through, you can click on these. This does not affect their evaluation. You could use it for that. You could track like higher levels of blooms, and then at the end of the year, you could make an evaluative decision on the rubric for that indicator regarding levels of blooms. But if you wanted to, the power of this would be, let's say, reading workshop. You want to see how the teachers are really utilizing the key parts of reading workshop. You could use this as a walkthrough. Okay, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to an administrator's point of view. Thank you for your time.
Just want to continue where Kathy left off and want to talk about continuous improvement. I've been part of the conversation and listening to the state board's concerns on percentages of highly effective teachers in the 4 categories. And trust me, I do understand that. This is what I like about SFS, is that it allows me to me, it's not just you're an effective teacher or you are not. To me, there is whatever category you are in, my job is to provide you some professional development, support to make you a better teacher. So I know the percentages is a big deal. In my world, it's more about professional development for a highly effective teacher all the way down to ineffective for each teacher individually. To me, that's what makes us a better school. I've been administrator for 19 years, evaluating teachers that long. I'm the primary evaluator for 30 teachers at Bluffton High School. Again, so I do have the experience with this, and that talks about, and SFS allows us to have those strengths and weaknesses, that feedback with the teachers that's very timely. I can do this literally. If I observe them on Tuesday, I can have this dialogue with them on Wednesday. So it's very timely, and it's very relevant to what they were doing. The self-reflection part is also very important, because it's just not important what I think as an administrator, my observation. What do they think as a teacher? It's just like a student. I say it in my building all the time. If your students aren't learning, you're not teaching. So my point is, if I'm seeing things one way and a teacher is seeing things another way in the self-reflection, then we're not having professional development. So again, this allows teachers to have that part of the process. If you think back, before PL 90 came into effect a few years ago, literally, in my opinion, every school district was doing their own plan for evaluation. I was part of the RISE committee, Education Evaluation Effectiveness Committee. What I think it did is it created a model that said you don't have to use it, but here's a model that now we can all talk the same language. For example, if I go anywhere in the state and I say, you know what about domain 2, check for understanding? Boom. Principals know what I'm talking about. I'll be honest with you, 5 years ago, we weren't talking that language. This is what I think, now that we have a common model that we can look at, and we can take it, pieces, we can take the whole thing, now it's time for a common tool. So that when I talk to other principals, if we're using different instruments, it makes that conversation more difficult. So it allows administrators, evaluators to say, same common language, same common terms, like we do on the RISE model, adopted RISE, or adapted RISE, whatever part we're using, it allows us to have that conversation. So again, it gives us that flexibility. I've been very impressed. I'm a very small school, and I think I have 7 different rubrics. Every time I say I need a rubric, boom, it's given to us, and then I can take it as is and I can adapt it. It really has helped the dialogue with my teachers. I'm doing right now the end-of-year conferences with my teachers, and already after an observation, I was able to put together a plan, and I didn't have to have the teacher be placed in ineffective or improvement necessary, but I had a plan with the teacher to improve a certain area that resulted in a yellow bubble, and it was quick, and already within 2 days, changes were made in the classroom. That is key when we're talking about professional development and teacher improvement. So to me, those are the things that I like, as an administrator that SFS can provide. That's the reason we've gone with them. That's the reason we're sticking with them. And again, I can tell you that other principals that use this, we have that same dialogue that makes us, in my opinion, makes us better evaluators. Thank you.
As we conclude, the next step that we found through the last 3.5 years of this process, we're collecting all this data. Now we need to actually implement it. We are getting better as evaluators. We're getting better as teachers. But we need a formal process to actually be able to assign targeted professional development, just like we do to students on a daily basis. So we have brought in partners to be able to build that within the system, and actually a professional growth plan that has vested professional development opportunities by experts, including Marzano, Danielson, National Board Certified Teachers, best practice videos that can be assigned by an administrator, or even better yet, we can have that self-directed learning that we want the students to take ownership in their learning. Now we can have teachers also take ownership, and administrators, by going in and self-enrolling in these professional development opportunities, improving mastery by looking at them either through self-evaluation or through how they've been evaluated to improve throughout the process, instead of waiting for the end of the year and having that punitive conference as we had 4 or 5 years ago. Now we've had dialogue all throughout the process, and now we're making a difference in what's happening on a daily basis. As we go through this, the key is being able to streamline the process. We've worked very hard with the Department of Ed and their teacher effectiveness group that are doing the audits to be able to provide feedback to our users that can then give to Sarah and her group as they're doing the audits. That's been key. We also have been working with collecting professional growth points that administrators are currently already approving in our system that then are imported or exported into the ELVA system for license renewal. We're cutting down the number of times that it has to be approved for license renewal because they're doing it within the system. So the process is we're bringing all these partners together to help have that continuous improvement for our adults in the education system, just as we strive to bring them together for the students as well. One of the key things that we did a study, we had somebody do a study on one of our school districts, and to give you an idea, they went from the time that it takes to do an evaluation without the SFS technology and the processes they put into place. It was taking 15 to 20 hours per teacher per year. With the process, they're down to about 8 hours. So they did a simple analysis. They said, okay, 50 teachers per school, 10 schools per district, it's 10 hours saved at $50 an administrator hour, which is rather low. You can see for that basic district example, that's $250,000 savings in human capital, which is our largest expenditure in the state of Indiana. So we have worked really hard with the users to make it more efficient, and we worked really hard with our associations and our strategic partners to now provide data that helps the teachers improve, also has helped the DOE analyze some of the results that are happening. We're working with IU and INTAS to also help them, the data that's there with the school districts that they're working on and the research that they're working with you on as well. They'll have access to data that can actually give good information back to change the process. Thank you for your time. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. BJ?
This is very similar to what we use, and the thing as a teacher that I like about it is there are no surprises when it comes to this evaluation. I know every day, 24/7, where I'm at, what I need to improve on, and I think the thing that you guys just displayed is, with all the talk of we have 90% effective, that doesn't mean that those folks don't have stuff to work on. I think Steve said it best when the point of this, and I think what we've done a poor job of conveying is the point of this is to find out where you need help and to get you help to make you better, regardless of how good you are. We're not saying if you need help, you're not good. You could be great and still have things to work on. And I think once everyone accepts that that is the point of this, it's not a gotcha system. We're not trying to get you and point out what you can't do. We're trying to find where do you need areas of help? How can we help? And the thing that makes it so great is not everyone needs the same thing. So when I think you called it targeted PD, which I love. I might steal that. It really, it makes it precise as to what I need and what David needs, maybe two different things. And I don't have to sit through David's because I don't need it. You have to sit through mine because I don't need it. So it really makes things simple and makes things very precise, which teachers appreciate, 'cause there's not tons of time left over when we get finished doing what we're doing. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
I see this as great service to teachers, schools, school leaders, communities, and us. And thank you for that. I have some comments. The notion of individualized professional development for teachers is critical. The days of having large group professional development hopefully are over, not only in Indiana, and throughout the country. So we can use this system to identify teacher competency against a set of criteria, identify those for the teacher, and then automatically, as I understand it, link to resources. So it's a service to teachers, a service to school principals who are supervising people. And one of our core values, I believe, is continuous improvement, and that certainly reinforces that notion. I do have a comment about the use of data and the analytics part of it. I see all kinds of possibilities that you could share the analytics on a statewide basis that would help inform good decision-making at the board level. And I think it's a gold mine for us to get real hard data to us, not by teacher, by name, or anything like that, but by statewide data that we can then take and set policies that make sense. I have a question on the inter-rater reliability chart that you put up there. I believe the inter-rater reliability chart dealt with information within a school corporation. And as we know, inter-rater reliability is really important. So a principal in South Bend versus a principal in Wawasee or Edwardsburg, wherever they are, teachers need to feel comfortable that they're getting a fair evaluation no matter who their principal is. And so this statistical process of having the system create these inter-rater reliability statistics, I think is really important. And so my question deals with, will the system provide us with inter-rater reliability statistics and analytics statewide? Could that information be shared maybe through the principal's organization or superintendent's organization, so we feel there's some validity to what principals are doing across the state and other assessors?
I think the key is that we can collect the information without a doubt, but you got to realize with over 200 rubrics, even in our system, we have to make sure that we flag common denominators. So if you're wanting to check engagement or something else, we want to make sure that every rubric, regardless of their plan that they've implemented, has that information so we can collect it within the database, flag it, and do reporting with that. I will tell you that working with the association in each of the districts that are using this, they're looking at this frequently. And they're looking at the number of times, it's on the next chart that Kathy was talking about, how many clicks a principal is making in highly effective or improvement necessary. And they're really looking at that and doing huge analytics on it to make sure that there is validity of what's happening in the buildings. But we can collect that information, but we have to set those standard criteria that we're going to collect the information on.
So the other part of the system I like is local flexibility. So you're not arguing that we should adopt one assessment rubric for the entire state, and I wouldn't support that. I don't think my colleagues here would ever support that. But what we could do, we could identify a set of criteria that we as a board feel are important for good teaching. And we could put forward those criteria that school districts would then adopt into their particular rubric. Would that be a possibility? Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely, that would be a possibility. And Tammy could probably answer that better than I, because she actually works with every district and the 200 rubrics, but almost every one of them have engagement if they're a teacher rubric. Sure. Special ed rubrics, media specialists, all those have key factors that we want to identify. The associations, the principal and superintendent have also identified key areas in their rubrics that even though they may have adopted some variation of that, there's still key areas that are almost common in every rubric as well.
My last comment deals with, and then I have a request. We have letters here from the State Superintendents Association, State Principals Association, and actually school leaders have contacted me in support. And it seems like a tremendous system that will provide potential. And so my request is to Bob and staff, I would like to see coming back to this board, if possible, a set of recommendations or ideas or concepts or something coming back to the board that would move us forward if the board decides to move forward. I think conceptually, at least I'm on board with what this looks like. I think it has great potential, but I think we need to get a little more specifics on cost and so forth and have the board make a decision maybe at the next meeting whether we should go forward with this. And so I would ask staff just to come forward with a set of more specific recommendations now that we understand the concept. Would that be okay, Bob?
I have a comment. I just want to make sure that one of the things that I respected when Tammy presented to my corporation was the fact that we're building it from the teachers up. And that buy-in process is going to be vital for whatever successful evaluation standards you have. And so the more that we put on the top end, the less effectiveness I think the piece will have in the end, because I know that any initiative made from my office is not always a success as a principal. But the success comes from when it comes from as far down as the stakeholder needs to be. And I think that that building process has to be with transparency and communication and effectiveness. And all the corporations that are on, Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, have gone through that process and that training process to build their rubrics.
Thank you very much.
If I may, I just wanted to add one perspective to it. As was mentioned early in the presentation, Avon Schools has been utilizing the software in the program. And from the teacher's perspective, I just want to highlight that one of the biggest impacts on my own professional development and evaluation process is that traditionally evaluation was always you sit and you receive a report of how you're working and you move on from there. Everything is past that point. And through usage of this program, it's interactive from the very start. So when there is an evaluation, maybe my evaluator came in, 20 minutes late due to a student issue, I'm able to still respond and say, you know what, actually I did have this part here, and I can upload documentation to support my claims. It's a much more interactive process, and I think I speak for my fellow teachers as well in saying that they truly feel ownership of every part of it, and it's a dialogue instead of a report.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Under discussion, Michelle, we have many items under assessment, and so I'm going to bring up the first item that you missed because Carrie Wicker was on the line at the very beginning of the meeting. And so she requested the board to take a look at whether we needed to extend the paper and pencil window to be the same as the online to May 15th for those schools that may have gotten partial approval for on paper, as we were moving through the process of approving that.
So the department actually has given approval for those sites who moved to paper recently until the 15th, so that they would have the number of days that other sites received.
So that didn't take any action on the board?
It didn't take board action, but I appreciate her asking. Her CTC should have informed her that they do have until May 15th.
Okay.
From
Sarah?
conversations with Carrie, I think the question was more so that the initial group who was already paper pencil, they had been holding off pending approval of the second group switching to paper pencil. So within her school, as they understand documentation from the department, was that half of the group, the previous paper pencil group, had until the 8th, and then the group that ended up petitioning and being allowed at that point was through the 15th. So the question was that one building had two separate.
Can they all have the same window?
Yeah, I don't have it with me, I'm sorry, but I can go back and look at hers. Part of it is that the board established a number of days for the window, so if the paper pencil folks started on April 20th, they really shouldn't need be on May 8th. But, I'll certainly go back and look at it to make sure I understand her question better.
Given that we're in the window and the 8th is tomorrow, would it be possible for us to make a decision as a board to potentially just say they all need to be finished by the 15th?
Yeah, really, there's no problem in terms of logistics, because we actually won't start picking up paper pencil until the 19th.
I
So-
would like to make a motion
I
that
mean,
we
it's
go
certainly
ahead
fine with
and
us, but
make that window the 15th for all, so that these students have the opportunity to actually
I don't see a
demonstrate.
problem with it, but sure.
And I
Sure,
would
so we have a
second that.
motion, a second. Any more discussion?
On that, this does not affect the motion, but I continue to see new research coming out comparing the achievement rates on pencil and paper versus online testing. And I think it would be very helpful moving forward if, particularly this year, since we would be able to compare within schools and maybe even within grade levels, to see if there are some pedagogical considerations that we've ignored up till now. The indications are that paper and pencil is better for children. So the speed of the scoring obviously favors online testing, but I'd like to look at the content comparisons.
And actually, that's part of our comparability studies that we do every time we have two modes. So I'd be glad to discuss that with you further.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Always.
Every time. Absolutely. Mhm.
Yes.
Ashley, can you help me distribute some materials?
So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Rattler?
Yes.
Mr. Ellison? Dr. Freitas?
Yes.
Mr. Henry?
Yes.
Neal?
Yes?
Mrs. O'Brien?
Yes.
Dr. Oliver?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Ritz?
Yes. Call Ms. Wicker?
Ms. Wicker?
Just making sure.
I think she's giving I-STEP today.
Okay, just
I think she
making
came
sure.
on.
She's administering the test right now, probably. Well, we will be glad to share that information with schools, and I'm sure they'll, even if they don't need the days, they'll be really happy to know that they have that possibility. So thank you.
Okay, Michelle, so we have
Okay.
a variety of things to talk about, and
Yes.
something else you do not know is that Sarah has requested that letter B be tabled until June.
Okay. Is that,
So,
that's looking at the 7 and 11 from the resolution?
so we're
Got it.
gonna,
Okay.
we're going to address several things today, and so I'm
Yes.
just gonna kind of give them an overview
Sure.
of things you're going to cover. So the I-STEP timeline, the paper pencil online, testing windows, grade 9 vertical scale, we want to talk to you about that, the formative assessment chart, and then formative assessments in general.
Thank you.
You may begin where you wish.
Thank you. Sure. It's always a busy world in the assessment land, so I appreciate the opportunity to spend some more time with you. Actually, I created a handout. It's a little bit easier, I think, for you to just take some notes if you'd like to, or just follow along. And so I've arranged these in particular order. We can certainly jump around if you want to, based on your questions. One of the pieces of information that we had planned to share already is the first item on the list. And actually, it's the one that Mrs. Wicker had asked questions about in terms of paper pencil and versus online, in terms of how many sites are actually switching and what were some of the reasons behind that. So let's start with that. And just want to walk through the table at the very beginning. So one of the things, and I actually did talk about this in March, and just to refresh your memory, am I too close to this? Is it echoey? Just to refresh your memory, there are some sites who didn't have enough capacity to test online, so that perhaps they didn't have enough computers, or their connectivity might not have been what it should be, let's say, for example, bandwidth. And so we actually evaluated that information in December, and you might remember me talking about that before. So we do a preliminary, what's called a registration and technology survey to gather that information so that we can know ahead of time how many sites actually are going to need paper before we ever start looking at anything like the statewide readiness test or looking at practice test results or things like that. So according to our looking at the capacity, connectivity, and anything that was in the RTS, for example, XP is something that's not supported with our new testing system. And so if the school was running Windows XP, they wouldn't be able to test online. So 7.6% of the sites across the state actually were paper pencil, and that's the first row of the table, based on that information. The second row is, were there any sites who, once they actually started testing the practice test, encountered some local technology issues where if the client wasn't running the way that it should be due to any local configurations, we wanted to make sure that we worked with sites if possible to remedy that. But if it wasn't possible to remedy those, that we actually offered them paper. And so that's the 19%. Many of those sites actually did not switch to paper. They continued testing online, but they certainly had that option, so we gave them the option. And that group, I think, is part of Mrs. Wicker's other half of her school. For example, again, I didn't hear the conversations beginning of the meeting, but I think that's the group, and so they're trying to get maybe that group and the other group on the same schedule. The next item is a very small percentage. 6% of the sites actually were experiencing some issues with the screen reader, which is where the student with disabilities who has a read-aloud accommodation actually can hear the voice over the computer for items that can be read aloud. So if they were experiencing issues, and they, by the way, they report daily anything that's happening, and then every evening we go through those and then follow up the next morning. But we gave them two options. So if they had any students with disabilities that were having what they considered to be a local concern with the screen reader, they had actually two options. They could either order paper pencil for that student, or we created what was called the read aloud guidance. So let's say Dr. Freitas really still wanted to test his students online. They didn't want paper, but because there are multiple forms of the test, especially this year we have 6 forms, because we're piloting the many items that Ms. Neal has been asking about. And so in that case, we gave Dr. Freitas, for example, a set of all of the items that can be read aloud by test form, and the summary test ticket of his students actually told him which form the student has. So we gave sites that option. So again, the 6% is really what we did offer for paper, and not all of those sites actually decided they wanted paper, but just wanted to let you know how many that was.
May a school use the paper pencil option purely for pedagogical reasons, or must there be a technology problem to justify that?
Actually, there's 2 reasons why a school could switch to paper. One we've kind of already identified in the first part of the table, but I think to your question, if a student with an accommodation, for example, let's say the case conference committee determines that the student really needs to test on paper, so that might be a part of their IEP. That's an example of when we would actually automatically give a paper pencil test.
Could a school determine that paper?
No, so the other portion that you're asking about, I think is something we probably talked about last month, where in 2012, the state board actually voted to require online testing for all sites that had the capacity and the connectivity, with the exception of any students with disabilities who might have an IEP that required a paper pencil version. So to answer your question, pedagogy is not one of those pieces. The last part, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Just a quick question. It says that 19% were offered the paper pencil option. What percentage of schools requested to use paper pencil versus the amount that were approved for using paper pencil?
So in the very beginning, before they've actually done the practice test, we opened a window that said, if you want to request any changes in mode, and we used the information from RTS to evaluate that. So we went back and looked at if a school requested paper, but everything that they had in December telling us about their system indicated they actually could test online. We left them online and said, if you have any difficulties whatsoever, contact us and we can switch you to paper. So that represents the 19%. So for any of those who, once they started doing the practice test, or operational, but ideally the practice test, it was used instructionally, you might remember, but we did encourage them to get into the system, make sure students knew how to use all the tools. If they were finding any local technology issues at that point that they could document, that actually could not be remedied or that they didn't feel comfortable with, then we switched them to paper. So we didn't deny any of those, but we waited until we had data actually on the final test delivery client. You might remember we ran through several statewide readiness tests because we were upgrading to the cloud. And so we had many experiences getting everyone ready.
And then what percentage of schools are using both paper, pencil, and online? Are there schools that within one building are?
So mostly schools that are doing that are falling into the 6%, where they have some students who either, kind of to Ms. Neal's question, they already knew students might need paper pencil based on an accommodation, or a particular grade level. Let's say that in your school you have computers that will run the test, but you don't have enough computers for every grade level. So in your school, maybe your 3rd and 4th graders are paper, but your 5th and 6th graders are online. So I don't have that figure on here, but that certainly is something that we look at in RTS. How many students can they actually test online? And in many cases, we recommend that they only select 2 grades out of their 4 or 3 grades, for example. The last part of the chart is then all of those that are testing online. So 67.4% of the sites that have all online testing. They may have a few students who actually have an accommodated version of the test that might be paper, but for the most part, those students are actually using the online version. So those, if you add those up, it equals 100%. But I'd be glad to answer more questions about that before we shift gears. Yes.
On the 67.4% testing online, is there a percentage of schools that fall back to paper and pencil once they establish the testing online foundation at the local level?
So that's a great question. I would say they've already done that before, because I actually calculated this last night based on the most recent numbers we had yesterday. So those schools would actually fall into the 19%. So if they started online testing and for whatever reason their technology infrastructure wouldn't support the client the way we really want it to work and we needed to shift them to paper, I've included them in the 19%.
I guess my question is a longer-term view. I'm hoping that as schools move to testing online, that we've created a mass of schools who will not have that problem again.
Right.
And so when I say 67%, I'm hoping next time we do it, it'll keep increasing and we don't have to go to paper and pencil. That's the goal of the 2012.
Absolutely. And I'm actually glad you asked the question because you might remember we used to be at over 90%. But now we have moved to a new platform, a new client. It does have more rigorous requirements within the local technology infrastructure, so not everyone was able to test online. But to your point, I think some of the things that the legislature in the past session talked about was support for the technology infrastructure in schools, primarily for instruction, but then also for assessment. So yes, we want to get to that point where really assessment matches the digital content learning that they're doing.
Yeah, and what's happening is the long-term goal of getting all schools online, not only for testing, but there's all kinds of other things we can be communicating with schools about.
Right.
And so I see the infrastructure issue way beyond testing.
Absolutely.
And so I'm hoping that we're making progress, and if we need more money, we need to get with the legislature. I know the session just ended, so forth.
I know it was on their radar, and ENA, for example, which is a provider for many sites across the state, was very instrumental in trying to demonstrate to the legislature, hey, look, we really need some increase in technology infrastructure funding. So.
Yeah, I'm envisioning a system of connecting with schools via technology that will be 100% or pretty close to it reliable, so that whether it's testing or other communication, then we have that link for them to come to us, for us to go to them on a whole host of issues. And I'm not seeing the progress yet, and maybe once we go down the next year or two, I would hope that you'd keep your eye on creating a technology system that's integrated and reliable. Is that your goal?
Oh, absolutely. And again, the purpose really of the technology isn't for assessment, it's for instruction and learning, and then using those tools for the assessment. But really, we'll have a different vendor next year, and so there'll be a different system, and I'm hoping that that system will run in most schools. But we'll certainly do readiness testing to make sure that it's ready to go in those sites as well.
Thanks.
So, you're welcome.
I'd just like to share, I would like to shout out to the IT departments across the state, as they've done an excellent job in the last couple of weeks of spending extra hours and making sure our students are less stressed, our teachers are less stressed, and I just want to say thank you to them, because without them, this process might have been a lot more difficult.
And I think they appreciate hearing that. I think that group, as well as the test coordinators across the state, are really
Yeah, I didn't want to
doing
leave them out,
all
but
that heavy lifting.
we were talking about IT. Just
We were.
Ditto, ditto.
I think you have
So
another.
between the department and the IT staff at the schools and the test coordinators, oh my gosh. So yeoman's work. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, Sarah.
I have some questions specific to the ISTEP that's being administered right now. Would this be an appropriate time to ask, or do those fit in better to another part of your?
Go for it.
Okay. Bear with me, because I've got several from a few different people across the state who have reached out looking for some assistance. One of the overwhelming concerns that I'm hearing from some of my colleagues is that some of the test questions, specifically in the math section, are testing over standards that expand past what is expected within that grade level. So just to give a blank example for the sake of conversation, if a standard for a grade level asks them to multiply two tens, the test questions on ISTEPs are going to 12 or 15. Will that be vetted out through the validity study? How do we explain to teachers who are panicked about the fact that they have not been expected to teach mastery to a certain level that's now being assessed upon?
So we actually covered this with corporation test coordinators in a required training before the windows ever opened in February. But I did send, I don't know if any of you saw it because it went out in a listserv, but I'll send this out in the DOE dialogue too. Just a reminder about how we're building the vertical scale. So the items that you're describing, the students actually haven't been taught yet, but they're a bridge to the next grade level to build the vertical scale, which I'll talk a little bit more about when we talk about grade 9 in a few minutes. So we realize they may not know all of the answers to those, but we have to get some data around how do fourth graders respond to fifth grade items and third grade items. So they are actually responding to 5 items in math and 5 in English, maybe 3 that are below and 2 that are above, or vice versa, that are actually not part of the student score at all. And I reiterated that again with test coordinators this week to remind staff, because we had gotten several of those questions also, just to really try to help calm their fears about, oh my goodness, I haven't taught this. So just making sure that they understood that there are items that actually don't count toward the score, that their main purpose is to build the vertical scale.
Is there any consideration, though, for the fact that students psychologically taking this test, if they're taking questions where they're exposed to material that they're not familiar with or not comfortable with, there's some element of shutting down and not necessarily having the stamina then to continue with the test. Has that been studied in terms of?
Well, and that's one reason why we only have 5 items total across all of the sessions that the student is taking in math. Let's say there are only 5 items that will actually do that, and 3 of those are actually below grade level. So 3 are below, 2 are above, or 2 are below, 3 are above. So to your point, we didn't want to tax any one student with 15 items that were off grade level. Because of that very reason, we didn't want them to get frustrated. But if the teacher's actually looking closely enough at the item to recognize it's not one they've taught, then that is one of those vertical scale items, either below the grade level or above.
The next question, and Andrea kind of touched on this a little bit ago, but just the stark difference between the paper pencil and the online administrations. And I fully recognize it, and Cynthia's been fantastic in giving us information on the mathematical equation that goes into creating that kind of baseline when you do have very different experiences. The concern that I'm hearing overwhelmingly is that, for example, on the paper pencil, students have multiple choice options where they have 4 different choices to choose from. So just at a very cursory level, you have a 25% chance of guessing correct. You have the opportunity to eliminate incorrect answers if you come up with an answer that's nowhere on your multiple choice option, versus the online where the same question gives potentially an infinite number of open-ended responses, where more of the grid type format. No ability to eliminate incorrect choices, no ability to really make a guess on it. So how do we explain, because from my colleagues who are kind of seeing these differences, there's no chance that they want their kids to take this online, and I get that. I mean, if they feel like they're going to be more successful and have a clearer picture on one format over the other, it's difficult to explain to them why they should want to encourage the
Right.
online testing format. So how do you respond to
Sure.
that concern?
So, you guys are asking great questions today, giving me a chance to actually explain more about assessment world and accountability. So, actually, that was covered also in the information we shared with test coordinators, and again this week, we talked about something that Cynthia might have already talked with you about that's known as the test characteristic curve. So regardless of the mode, and if you think about how we split part 1 into Form 1 and Form 2, if you can remember a few months ago having that conversation, but what we do is we actually look at the level of difficulty for every item once we get the statistics on the student performance. And we, in layman's terms, we lay out those items, if you will, on an S-curve, so that that is the level of difficulty for what we want the test to be. And then we lay out items from every student's test, and it has to match exactly on there. So an item that you might have taken paper pencil is not exactly the equivalent of an item maybe on online, but the level of difficulty of all of the items combined must lay exactly on that S-curve. So we had a lot of questions in the Form 1, Form 2 time of the year that, well, wow, you know, my students actually answered questions that were harder in Form 2 than Form 1. And actually, because we combine both the online, or pardon me, the open-ended part of the test with what we call open-ended and applied skills. Now we combine that with our multiple choice technology-enhanced gridded response in paper pencil, and look again at all of the items and how they align on that S-curve so that every test form is equated. And to give you a bigger picture of that, every time we give I-STEP after this spring, we want it to perfectly match that S, so that next year's test is not harder than this year's test, or easier. And that's something we do with all of our tests to make sure they're what's called equated. So that again, every student, you know, if everyone on the board is taking a different form of I-STEP, there are no easier or harder forms based on the statistics. So that's one of the things also we're trying to educate test coordinators about a little bit more, so that they can try to explain that, hopefully in a way that the teachers will grasp, even if they don't quite understand it yet, that the forms are equated, and trying to help them with that.
I guess where I get held up is just the actual student experience, and looking at, especially at the elementary level, looking at third, fourth, even going, you know, up from there, it's a very different testing environment when you're feeling successful and have some way to narrow down versus no guidance on how you are going.
Well, I guess one thing I would make sure and maybe you already know this, so forgive me if I'm being redundant, but in the online test, all of the items are not open like that, where they have to provide a response. Most of the items are a multiple choice or a selection response. There are some that are open-ended, for example, something called an equation and expression editor. So there are other item types, and one of the things that I didn't touch on right here in this conversation, but that I want to add, is that the level of difficulty of every single item is something that is determined in the beginning by teachers. So when teachers actually helped us develop our blueprints and our test specifications, they also identified what level of difficulty each of the items were that we put on the test. So on a level of 1 to 3 or 1 to 4, how difficult do they think this item is? And then we actually look at the student performance on the back end to see how difficult was it really. So are those items in paper pencil necessarily easier than some online? Some are, some aren't. It depends on the content of the item. And so without, I guess, getting into more statistics, those are great questions, because it's kind of the science behind how psychometrics works. And it's not something we do a lot of conversation about with educators. And one of my passions is assessment literacy. And so I feel like with our new assessment, once the results come back, it's a perfect opportunity to talk about how were items selected for scoring, and how did we actually build a test characteristic curve, and trying to keep it, I don't want to say simple, but understandable for all educators and parents who are interested. So there's going to be really some great opportunities for professional development around the questions that you're asking, which are good ones. And I think they're coming up now because teachers are giving the test. And so they have they're concerned, and I appreciate that. So we'll see what we can do to help them.
Just to follow up on Sarah, I think what she's getting at is it's not just the content, but it's the cognitive experience. And just anecdotally from my own school, which moved to iPad testing this year, it was a whole different experience, and those kids went lickety-split, and there was nothing I could do to get them to slow down. It is a different cognitive experience, and I think that when the state board apparently mandated online testing, we perhaps failed to look at some of the developmental issues and cognitive, and I hope we can go back and do that in the future. What cloud service or system do we use?
We use the Amazon cloud.
Amazon cloud.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Would there be any way, going back to Sarah's point, would there be any way to move those questions, those scale questions, to the end of the test? Because as she was talking, it's in my
Oh,
head.
the vertical scaled items?
That these are timed
Many of them
tests,
do
and I would
actually
hate
appear at the end.
For a student
It
to
depends on the
spend
form.
lots and lots of time on a question in the middle of the test that isn't testing something that they've been.
And you might,
standard.
sure, and you might remember that there was a lot of consternation over the number of minutes that we gave for every session. And one of the reasons why we had extended minutes is for that very reason. So that as students encounter the above grade level items, the 2 or 3 items that they're going to see, again, over the course of all of their sessions, not just in one session. So they might see just one item in a session that is actually the vertically aligned item.
Would it be possible to make that question the last item on the test?
In many of the forms, it is the last one. Again, great questions today,
All right.
as always.
So proceeding.
Okay, sure. So actually, Ms. Neal asked a question earlier today that led to the next part of my presentation, so I won't belabor that. But just as a quick reminder that the test we're giving in spring of 15 actually has 3 purposes. So unless you have questions, I'll move on from there. Did want to look at the timeline, if it's okay, Superintendent Ritz, to do that now?
You may.
So one of the handouts that you received is actually a draft timeline, and this is a version that you've actually seen twice before, but it's been updated. And in the move to separating the Part 1 version of the test into Form 1 and Form 2, that's actually kind of thrown a monkey wrench in getting everything ready for standard setting. Only because we have 2 different parallel streams that we're now building these test characteristic curves and looking at selection, easy for me to say, selection, of items. And so one of the things I wanted to share with you is that you'll see that the timeline is actually pushed out farther than we want it to be, but in a more realistic timeline based on getting the statistics ready for standard setting, which would occur in September. I think, one of the things that I was speaking with Superintendent Ritz about in the last few days is considering actually having an additional board meeting to actually make those decisions sooner about cut score setting so that we could actually produce results much quicker and get them in 2015. But why don't I go ahead and defer to you, Superintendent Ritz, if you'd like to add any comments, or do you just want to invite discussion?
So our original, one of our drafts to you had December as the last month. So I'm very cognizant of wanting to get things out before the end of the 2015 school year. So in order to do that, I think that we have to have a second meeting in September in order to get those cut scores done, because our meeting in September is early. And so
I think it's on the 2nd,
it's
actually,
not
or
going,
the 1st of September.
yeah.
Right.
So it's going to, we can't have it done by that meeting, but perhaps having a separate meeting for cutting the scores will, what it will do, it will move up the rescore request window. And so that we can get all of that accomplished and get everything
back
finished.
everything down.
So that we can, begin to do the real grade work, and get everything done. So, either move the September window, this is just not to vote on today, but just to consideration, either moving the September board meeting back, okay, to accommodate this, or actually having 2 meetings in September. So we can look at that together perhaps and see what's coming on the agenda in September and kind of work through that. But I'm still wanting to be finished with all of this before the 2015 year is complete.
Yeah, and we certainly want to explore efficiencies in the schedule so we can do that. And one of the concerns that we had as we looked at this schedule is that I believe your October board meeting isn't until the 14th of October. And so that was another reason why we thought maybe we would want to think about a second meeting in September, specifically around the setting of the cut scores. The cut score setting will actually occur during the week of Labor Day. So it's the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. So it's a week right after your board meeting. And now that the roundtable is no longer a part of the process, it'll come directly to you. So that will speed up. That's a good thing in terms of trying to get our timeline tightened up. So we just wanted to present that for your consideration today. And as Superintendent Ritt said, we don't need a decision today, but just wanted to put that out there for you to think about.
Brad?
Maybe I'm not understanding, but I thought we had some legal concerns with regard to when, at the time that the accountability grades get issued, and that needing to happen for the first year. Am I not remembering that correctly, or we don't have an issue? We can, I mean, I guess on one level, I'm kind of concerned about us going clear into January on issuing letter grades. We've been trying to get better at that.
Absolutely.
I knew it's going to be later this year, but isn't there, it seems like when I first came on the board, there was some concerns about those having to be done before we get out of the current year, but.
And I think that's always our goal. Anytime we have a standard setting, which isn't very often, fortunately, but that does throw the schedule back because there has to be this additional. In the past, it was bringing the scores to the roundtable, then bringing them to you and moving forward. So certainly the process is streamlined somewhat now. I think the U.S. Department of Ed actually expects that accountability in a cut score setting year is delayed. But I think as a matter of policy, in those non-cut score setting years, we always want to try to have the accountability done by the end of the summer or very early in the fall at the latest.
So Brad, are you asking about statutory timelines? We'll check.
I don't know if it was statutory or if it was just our waiver. I know that we've had to push to try and get those done. I remember the board even came into special session the first year I was on the board to get them done. And so I'm just wondering how that fits with all the, I don't think that's changed, so I'm just wondering how we fit that in with this, so.
Sure, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll look forward to talking to you more then about what your thoughts might be about it, adjusting or adding a meeting. The next piece on the list of assessment informational pieces was something that actually Mrs. O'Brien asked us about, and that's on the second page of your assessment update handout. This is the information that actually did go out in an email, and I just wanted to present it here to be sure that if you had any additional questions, anyone on the board, and obviously, of course, Mrs. O'Brien, if there were additional questions about the data, or if you had other questions.
I have a futuristic question. Is there going to be something in place to help us as school next year?
So,
And this is a
yes,
perfect segue toward
I'm going to hand out to
Superintendent
you
Ritz.
a draft. Since the budget bill came out, there's a line item at the department that says remediation testing, and it has $12 million per year. The above appropriations for remediation testing are for grants to public and accredited non-public schools through the Department of Education. Public and accredited non-public schools shall use the grants to fund formative tests to identify students that require remediation. So it's a little change in how it is that we even offer formative assessments. So what we won't be doing is developing a test through CTV and saying, here's the test you must use. What we will be able to do instead is to have some parameters on what the formative assessment systems might look like in your locals, and offer you amount per pupil, so to speak, to fund your formative assessment. So what you have before you, we've taken to several stakeholders already, and this is not finalized as a big DRAFT on it, but we are looking at offering the grants to schools to decide how they want to use the formative assessment that might meet these criteria. So language, arts, and mathematics, grades 3 through 10, adaptive in nature, timely student performance reports, information for tools for educators. And so there are several vendors and products out there that would be appropriate with this type of parameter. And so I know, Sarah, you asked at the last board meeting, you said, wouldn't it be great if we could do formative assessments in a resource type of way? And you actually mentioned, a vendor as in NWEA, and said that that's what your local uses. I will tell you that vendor would meet these parameters. So we would be able to give money per pupil to actually fund the formative assessment as the local may want to use it. So if they want to assess all students 3 through 10 with a formative assessment, they could. If they wanted to do just their elementary, they could. If they wanted to just do 9 and 10, they could. Giving local flexibility, and so we are very appreciative of the General Assembly for giving this opportunity to the locals to do formative assessments in this manner to best inform their local school work with their instruction. Sarah?
I appreciate, because this is exactly what I was asking for as a resource for our buildings, and I think it's a common sense approach to it. Are there limits on which schools would be able to apply, or would this be open to any school in Indiana?
It would be open to any school in Indiana, most certainly. And we don't have all the logistics worked out yet on how that might look and how it might be. But to your answer to your question, Troy, yes, we want to have this ready before the start of the school year. Those who may already utilize certain formative assessments, they can continue their local contracts. What I'm really saying is the state of Indiana is not going to contract out the service. We're going to give $1 per pupil to approved formative assessments at the local level, and then they can utilize that money for that purpose.
I think one important new point that would be helpful for you to realize also is that for the first time ever, accredited non-public schools will be included. And I know that they're really excited because for 7 years they've been asking us, how do we actually get access to the tools? And of course, we negotiated with our vendors for a state rate for them, but they weren't part of the original process. So I know they're very excited.
And we're also looking into, we have a meeting coming up, Sarah, with DOA to talk about, how we might, if certain vendors want to offer certain products, are there state rates that they might do? We're probably going to run it similar to offering summits throughout the state where you can come and see vendors who you may want to use that actually comply with what it is that we're putting out there for everybody. Very excited. I personally spent quite a bit of time trying to get this concept approved with the General Assembly, so I'm very pleased with it. All right, on to future testing.
Future testing. So Cynthia actually presented the next idea to you as a board probably a couple of months ago, and she and I actually talked about it again earlier this week. And because it is a really helpful tool in terms of just building the vertical scale but not having a full-fledged 9th grade assessment. So I just wanted to visit that with you today and talk a little bit about what Cynthia was describing when she presented that idea to you, and just to give you a little bit more detail. So one of the things that we would be doing is only using a sample of students to actually take the vertically scaled items for building the grade 8 to 9 to 10 part of our vertical scale. And so if you notice on the handout, one of the things we would be doing is building some 9th grade items. So kind of back to Mrs. O'Brien's question about items that are not on grade level exactly, I built a small table here just to demonstrate that for you, that some 8th graders, and again, a very small sample, we only need about 3,000 to 4,000 students per item. So a small sample of 8th graders would take 9th grade items. Small sample of 10th grade students would take 9th grade items. And a small sample of 9th grade students would take some 8th and some 10th grade items. And so that's something that we would actually do in the spring of 16, so it wouldn't be right away, but it would be something that would actually build our vertical scale out so we could look at growth from 3 to 10, really looking at the domain-based tests that you're interested in having for the future. So just wanted to share a little bit more information with you about that to say, yes, this is coming, and we're going to be able to do it at a very, very small scale. And so it'll be as inobtrusive as possible, and see if you had any questions about it today or if there was any additional information that you thought you needed.
How was the sample selected?
Excellent question. So we've talked actually in many ways as a board about how we select teachers for committees. It's a similar way in terms of how we actually select students. So we're looking at demographics from large and small schools, from urban, rural, and suburban. We're making sure that we get a cross-section of special education students, English learners, and so on. So we actually work with our vendor to select a sample that meets the criteria for the 3,000 to 4,000 students that are actually giving us the demographics that we need.
So the students do this on a voluntary basis?
What the board has always required in the past is that if it's part of the ISTEP administration, it's a required book. And we've always called it Book 2 in the past until this year, when we had all of these test forms and building up all of these items for our 3 purposes that we're doing right now. But what we would do in the future is have a separate book that has those items in it, and the schools that are selected are required to administer it as part of the assessment program.
So the sample that you will identify, how much more time will it take for those students to complete their test?
Yeah, that's a great question. And what we would want to do is have multiple forms of the test so that a student would take maybe one session of 40 minutes, for example, or of 30 minutes, or however long we think is appropriate. And certainly that's something Cynthia and I would work on together, is how long is appropriate to get the number of items that we need. We could shorten the time and then use more students, for example. And so that's one of the things that we would consider is how long do we think is a reasonable amount of time? And then how many different forms of the test should we build to get all of those items out there and piloted in the demographic groups that we need? So certainly we have a lot of flexibility there, and we would want to use efficiencies. As I think your point is a good one. Folks are really concerned, especially after the experience from spring 15, about how much time we spend testing. So I know Cynthia and I would work together on that.
And my last good question, since you say all my questions are good.
And you promised they'd be easy when I ran into you yesterday.
Right. We talked yesterday. I told you I'd give you all the softball questions. I'm saving the difficult ones for our staff.
Oh, okay.
So, when you present to us all of these things, it's for information purposes only. You're not
Keep you
asking us,
informed.
by presenting it to us, you're not asking us that if we don't say anything or if we don't vote on it, that somehow we've adopted something. Is that correct procedurally?
Yeah, I think only those things that you actually have to act on, they end up in the new business or the action items. Really, our goal is to keep you informed about the process and make sure that along the way that we try to revisit the topics that would be not only of interest to you, but really important for you to know. These are the things. For example, the grade 9 items actually are a requirement of building our vertical scale out. So it's not really an action item, but it is one that we want you to know about, that we want to start talking to the field about, but we want to talk to you about it first.
So silence doesn't mean we're agreeing with the process or whatever it is, unless we make a particular motion.
Yeah, I hope if you don't agree, you'll let us know so we can make adjustments. Or your question, for example, about how much time. I think those questions really help us frame the process of this vertical scale administration. So they're very helpful.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yes, you're welcome. And moving on to the last page, just a quick reminder that we are going to be utilizing teachers over the summer for cut score setting for our college and career readiness items in the ECAs for Algebra 1 and English 10. Also, we'll be recruiting teachers to already get started on that September cut score setting. We also have cut scores to establish for the NCSIC, the National Center and State Collaborative, which was our alternate assessment, you might remember, that replaced ISTAR for English Language Arts and Mathematics. And we actually wanted to have Indiana's own version of an alternate assessment moving forward. And so that was part of our RFP, and I know you've seen that in the past. Also, we're going to be recruiting teachers to work on the grade 10 assessment. And so one of the things that I know department staff and state board staff, as well as many other groups, have actually been at the table looking at what should 10th grade look like in terms of what we are assessing, and kind of phasing out those ECAs, but really looking at what are the knowledge, skills, and abilities that students need to demonstrate in grade 10 to help us know that they are on track for college and career readiness by the time they leave 12th grade. So some advanced work has already been done with a group of folks, again, including some state board staff as well as other folks from, I'm not sure who all, but I know Superintendent Ritz, I think, is serving on in that group. Cynthia's part of that group. So we really value her input as well. So that's one thing that we certainly want teachers to help us do, is establish what those standards would be, so that we can have our new vendor work to develop sample items and get teachers involved in reviewing those items and looking at alignment.
On that same test, I just want clarification. That test is being developed for 2016-17?
No, it'll be for spring 16. So it'll be you might remember, maybe, last summer, the board decided that the last class to actually take the GQE for ECAs was our current ninth graders. So our accountability test in the 2015-16 school year will be this new grade 10 assessment. It's not the graduation test until a year later, per the board's.
So they're gonna do both, is it?
Yeah.
They will have
If
to
they haven't
accomplish
already
both.
passed.
I just want to
It's
make
more
sure
your
that I have
English students.
clarification there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Certainly. I think we have one more question.
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
Sarah.
sorry.
Yeah, I can't see.
Two more. You're in a straight line instead of at your angles today.
One more question that I neglected to ask earlier. When we're talking about cut scores, do you foresee that we will have a separate cut score for paper pencil versus online?
No, that's a great question, because the characteristic curve is that perfect S. So we look at where that cut is for each of those equated forms. So no, but that's, again, another great question.
Can I just respond to that? When you talk about this S statistically, you're talking about a range, right? And we're dealing with standard deviation.
Yeah, so we
compare the two tests. So I want to be sure public understands. It's not an exact match. It's a match according to a range.
Yeah, we have a very
that's
small
put on-
tolerance.
Right. That has a standard deviation on
It does.
So it's not a pure exact match. There is some wiggle room there.
Yeah.
But it's still statistically significant
Right.
that we conclude as
Right.
researchers that it is.
That there's an
equivalence.
allowable tolerance.
Right.
Which, I mean, we try to stick to a very tight tolerance, but to your point, it's like standard measure, standard error measure, but, when we actually put the items on the curve from year to year, we're looking at how close can we actually get it to exact. So our goal is to get it lined up as perfectly as possible.
But it's never perfect statistically, correct?
Yeah,
That's
I
why we
would
have
say-
standard deviation.
Right.
Very much.
I think-
You have one other item,
Well, I think
testing
Ms.
windows?
Neal had a question.
I just had I just wanted your interpretation of some language that was in Senate Bill 566.
Okay.
It talked about how the board may not use the Common Core, but in developing an assessment, there was nothing to prevent the board from using questions or assessments that, while they might be aligned to the Common Core, were also aligned to Indiana academic standards. Could you interpret what that language
Sure.
is referring to?
And actually, one of the questions you asked earlier today is kind of tangentially related, because you asked about using items from other sources, other than ones that we actually have developed for Indiana only. And actually, Mike Cohen, who's the president of Achieve, he came and actually spoke and testified in committee, in the House Education Committee, about that very thing, among other topics. But on 566, I thought he did a really nice job of delineating how states can actually use resources, use other items for purchase. I mean, they aren't free, but if they actually align, if they're aligned to a state standards, and they actually are reviewed by Indiana teachers and piloted, as Cynthia mentioned a little bit earlier today, piloted with Indiana students and making sure those items are performing well. So I think, to your point, there are a variety of sources from which we can gather more items, because now college and career readiness is an expectation nationwide, regardless of the set of standards in each state. So there are some similarities. That means there could be some items out there from other sources that would be available.
Could we conceivably use items from the PARC or the Smarter Balance assessments?
We could, if they aligned, if they aligned to our standards, when we piloted them, if they actually gave us good statistics based on the student performance in
So it
terms
seems
of.
that language almost was designed to give us that ability to use items from tests that are explicitly
Right.
Common Core aligned. Would you agree?
I don't know if I would go that far with the word explicit, only because they're aligned to college and career readiness. They were built on the Common Core content, but if we have, English language arts is an easier one to think about, because text complexity and some of the reading standards are very similar across the nation. Math, it's very much more different. Indiana actually took all the math standards out through calculus. Common Core stops, for example, I believe Algebra 2. So there are many other differences in mathematics, but could there be some items that actually are what I would call dual aligned to Common Core and a perfect match for a standard we might have? And so, again, it's a lot of work
Okay.
in the field of making sure that the item does actually match the standards and moving
So
forward.
as long as it were tested in Indiana, could it be used, or would the state board have to give approval to using items from those tests?
I don't think so, but I'm not an attorney and I don't play one on TV or at the board meeting. So I'm not sure.
Thank you.
But I would
That's
be glad to
helpful.
find out for you.
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions?
Okay.
Testing windows?
Yes, last but not least, the topic that was actually on your agenda, testing windows. And so one of the things that we'll be working with our new vendors on is looking at those test windows for the next school year and the year after that. We want to try to give schools at least 2 years' worth of windows. I can see Mr. Elbert shaking his head. I've already invited Cynthia and Brian to work with us on that group to actually have state board staff there to help look at the windows and look at the implementation of the assessments. I guess back to kind of Dr. Freitas' question about do you make decisions or do you give input or give me your opinion? I think if the board is interested in windows that are very, very different from the times that we've been using traditionally in the past 7 years, I think knowing that today would be really helpful for Cynthia and I as we think about moving forward and having these conversations with our new vendors. So I'm specifically looking at you, Dr. Freitas, but anyone else on the board who actually has opinions or ideas about any of those things, we really, really welcome that now so that we can use that information moving forward. So would just like to take a minute, Superintendent Riss, to entertain that conversation.
Thoughts?
I think you're gonna have to look at, calendars, look at when fall breaks are and
Yep.
spring breaks, as some of us are on a balanced calendar and some of
Absolutely.
us are not. So that would be one of the areas that we've always had to look at each and every time we had a window discussion.
Yes.
So those would be my considerations that I really want to be conscious to make sure that I looked at what was the best for students.
And we do have more and more schools on balanced calendars.
We do,
So,
we do. And the board has been really good at saying the department has the flexibility to adjust windows locally within a week, or 7 days, I think it is, 7 calendar days. And so, and if there are any beyond that, you might remember that each year we bring to you a list of sites that have, they're on Ball State's calendar, for example, and their spring break is very, very early. And that was during the Part 1 window, and they wanted to start two weeks earlier or a week and a day earlier. And so those certainly, we want to make adjustments for each school based on their local calendar. So there's probably not a perfect set of dates, but Cynthia and I will certainly look at what is available to us from the data collection regarding spring breaks, fall breaks, when do schools start and end, and then certainly giving the flexibility that I think the board would still want to have, which is there's some flexibility for a local site who's actually not in session during parts of the window so that they can ask for, I wouldn't call it an alternate window, we don't call it that, but some flexibility with regard to the same number of days, but that might be starting, more than a week earlier. And the board has never approved anything later because of test security, but has always looked at possibilities for testing earlier. And that would be our recommendation. I think Cynthia would probably agree that we would want to continue that practice.
thank you very much, Michelle, for all
You're
of your
welcome.
hard work.
Oh, you're
Thank
quite
you.
welcome. Thank you.
We have just a couple more items, and so perhaps we'll be able to get these done before we have to take any lunch. So the next item is State Board of Education staff update. Do you have any further items, Bob?
I have a letter from Jessica, a note from Jessica Robertson at IDOA, and she just wanted to make certain that everybody was aware that, and I'll just read it to you. The subject is assessments of a student achievement appeal decision. On Wednesday, April 29, the Department of Administration responded to Data Recognition Corporation's appeal to the RFP 15-016 Assessment of Student Achievement. The decision of the IDOA is to uphold the RFP award for Component 1, which was the only component of the RFP that was protested. It is possible that Data Recognition Corporation may submit this matter to an Indiana court of competent jurisdiction for judicial determination. To date, a notice of such submission has not been received. At this time, it is now appropriate for the Department of Education to begin contract negotiations. The Department of Administration will support contract negotiations as needed. And she wanted me to just read that to you so that you are aware that it has been, the appeal has been denied.
Thank you. Strategic Planning Committee update?
I don't think we have any update other than what we've already heard, so.
Legislative update, I know we received a packet from you. Do we need any further clarification, or does anybody have any questions, or do you want to review it first and get back with staff, or?
So I apologize, this is dense, but it started out as 15 pages, so. I'm not going to present unless you all have specific questions. I know I've talked to some of you individually. You've had questions about various bills. To my knowledge, none of the education bills has yet been signed. I think the plan was for them to be signed today, some or all of them to be signed today, although I know that the governor announced that he was going to sign the budget today. So let's treat this as a draft for now. One or two of the things I want to point out are that in addition to some of the things that the state board specifically asked for in its legislative agenda, including some changes in turnaround and some language around various other things, the legislature saw fit to lay a couple of more duties upon us, some of which are coming upon us rather quickly. And I suspect that we're going to have to get together with the department and sort of coordinate on things like the data committee that the superintendent is a part of, as well as one of you members nominated by the board are on that, and you are supposed to, for example, review every reporting obligation in Indiana code by July 31st. So that's to give you an example of something that the state board has to do very quickly. There are a few other things that I'm just going to mention very quickly. The Charter and Innovation Network School Grant Program was created, and an advanced program, and that was given, the administration of that was given to the board. The charter school grant is essentially the $500 per pupil property tax replacement. It's capped at $10 million. The advanced program is a $50 million loan program for charter schools. It says for Charter and Innovation Network schools, but in reality, the way Innovation Network schools are defined, it doesn't really apply to any of them. So it's really simply for charter schools. And then the Education Roundtable dissolution, which obviously the duties were spread out amongst the state board, the department, and the Commission for Higher Education. So there will be a lot of things that you'll be hearing about over the next couple of months. Again, some of which are more timely than others. Turnaround was obviously the other big change. The legislature saw fit to shorten the timeline from 6 to 4 years, and there are a variety of changes associated with that, and they adopted a lot of the Turnaround Committee's recommendations. And so because there's a grandfathering, because the schools that are currently under a timeline for intervention remain in that timeline, there'll be some transitioning before we get to that point, so that the new timeline really won't kick in until 4 years from the effective date of the bill. So that's a very brief overview. I also included a few other bills of interest just because they were education related. This is by no means exhaustive. For example, Senate Bill 500, the Education Dereg Bill, had 350 sections that did various things, and we're still sort of parsing that to see whether they're, how important they are and how that's going to impact the board. But I'm happy to answer any questions either now or later.
I just want to point out that regarding the committee under Senate Bill 500, that the department's already done a very exhaustive list of the collections information. So we're way ahead of that game.
Good.
So we'll be willing to share that with you
And
sooner
if
than
I can
later.
ask, was that part of the church analysis, or was that a separate? Because I know that church did a very large analysis.
We've done an analysis at the department level of all the data collections
Okay.
that we have,
Okay.
and that we do according to statute, as well as data collections that are collected as a result of statute.
Okay, fantastic.
So it's probably more exhaustive, I would think,
Than theirs.
what was originally done.
Okay, well, that is wonderful. I'm
Because
sure
that's always-
every member of the committee is
That's been a
excited to
concern
hear
of the
that.
departments.
So,
So,
we don't need to do anything about that, other than the fact that this committee has to be established,
sure.
that the committee makes recommendations, so it's not just a matter of
Sure.
making the list, it's also making recommendations about what we should keep and not keep.
Correct.
And then, after August 1st, the board must approve every item that a school corporation reports to the state. So I think it's an intent is to cut back on a lot of the duplicative reporting that's out there. So if there's any questions on anything in particular? All right.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other items to come before us, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
This meeting is adjourned. Thank you for coming.